Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, there we go. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Greetings and all that. Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Get my chair all squared away. What's up? Welcome. It's Friday. We were out yesterday, back today. Jim Norton's going to be in later. Excited to catch up with him. It's been a minute since he's been here. But he's at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow night on his tour. Say hello to Rob Anthony. He's right over there.
What's up, man?
R. Edward Anthony.
That is I.
If you'd love to join us, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Those are the phone numbers you can use to join us live. Want to shoot me a text? The number is 35192. Welcome back, Noodles. There you go. There's the first text of the afternoon. Thank you. If you want to watch the show, yeah.
I was going to say off and running.
Yeah. If you want to watch the show, our YouTube channel is available for you. I think you just search Alan Cox Show on YouTube, on the YouTubes, as it were. And, yes, Alan, I'm in the car with my husband, as always. We talked about this the other day, Rob. Your wife is a very nervous side seat driver. When you're driving, there's a lot of gasping. I was casting my mind back to when I was learning to drive, and if my mom was riding shotgun, she was one of these people who was constantly gasping because she thought I was going to. Now, again, in my defense, or in her defense, rather, I was a terrible driver when I first got my license, but you're talking about now as a grown man where your wife's like,
yeah,
one of those.
Yeah, I've been driving for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. This woman says it's the only time we argue is when we're in the car. I jump when he gets a little too close to the car in front of us, and he yells, "I've got this."
Yeah.
I do that too sometimes. I'm one of those people, when I stop the car in traffic or something, I'm right up behind the next car. I shouldn't be. I don't mean to do that. But it's like I constantly want to test the efficacy of my brakes, as it were.
That's the city driver in you, though. That's what
Yes,
that is.
It is. Bumper to bumper, baby.
That's right.
Yep.
It's just what you're used to.
Yep. Yeah, so when somebody's sitting next to you, because under normal circumstances, you're driving, and if you have any amount of situational awareness, which I realize a lot of people don't, but I certainly hope whatever modicum of it you have, you are using while you're in traffic. If something's in your periphery, you'll react to it because you're trying to take stock of everything around you. And when it's the person sitting next to you, you can see them gripping the armrest,
The worst. Put their foot through the floor.
Again, I don't like riding shotgun in cars. Not necessarily because I'm nervous about the other person's driving, but I just remember I'm so utterly triggered because when I was in high school, my middle brother was a year behind me, and his friend was the guy we knew that had a car, or the friend we had that had a car, right? And so he had this tiny, it was like a Subaru Justy or something. Remember those?
Yep.
Really tiny, and I would hop in the back seat, and the two of them, my brother would ride shotgun, and his friend, swear to God, our friend Michael Hunt, it was his car, and he was driving, and my brother and him would be blowing darts from the minute they got in the car. So I'm in the back seat choking to death, and rolling down the windows, in a January Chicago winter, and But he was one of these guys that would just like jerk, like real jerky with the gas and the brake. I'm like, oh my God. I was just like ready to vomit by the time I got out of the car between the smoke. So when people drive like that, drives me insane. I'm like, you don't have to slam on the gas. You don't have to slam on the brake.
Yeah.
Right? Just be sweet with it. Just drive like a normal human being.
My cousin Marco was the same way. He would drive, it was almost like he would drive with both of his feet.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it was gas,
right.
brake, gas, brake, gas, brake.
The worst.
And then when he was on the gas even, you'd be, I don't know, 35, say. Instead of finding that sweet spot of the gas pedal, he would always be like, and then nothing. Nothing. And I'm like, well, dude, stop, just find 35 and stay there.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the worst. And he was one of those guys that would just drive and chain smoke bogeys too, man. I mean, it was non-stop with him.
Yeah.
And I was a smoker, and I was like, dude, chill.
Boy, I wasn't. And I was like, oh my God. I guess they're taking the train or something. Alan, please tell Rob I'm renting a car. I don't know how to work the radio. It's stuck on some satellite Margaritaville station.
Ugh.
Hey, listen, this person doesn't say that that's bad. They just want you to know that it's stuck on in their car.
Is there an off button?
I don't know.
That'll do it.
Yeah. It's not even about having good brakes, Alan. People can come up behind you and take you out with zero chance to react. That too, boy, I'll tell you what, I'm always, when I have stopped, because a lot of times something will happen way ahead of you and everyone is stopping, you come around a bend or something and everyone's stopping at one time and you have to react, obviously. I was on my way to Akron. I had an appearance at Ray's Pub this past weekend, and there's a stretch on the way that I went down on this big bend to get down there, and there's trees obscuring half of that bend. So when you get to the other side, I noticed that all these cars were backed up. I don't know if it was going down to one lane or whatever it was. And I could see ahead of time enough to stop, but there were a couple cars ahead of me that didn't, and they went off onto the shoulder.
Yeah.
Because they would have hit the other cars. So I'm in a situation like that, my eyes always go immediately to the rearview mirror. I'm like, is somebody going to see me in time? I sure hope so. I've never been rear-ended. But listen.
In traffic.
Yeah, in traffic. But it's but it's that back and like you said, driving with 2 feet is the best way to put it. Now, in my experience, it's mostly been chicks who drive like that. But a lot of people do that. But it can be very, very annoying if it's your significant other and they're driving like that. It will just drive you insane. As a general rule, I don't like riding in a car.
I don't either. I need to drive the car. And that's when we get into
now I don't like driving other people's cars, so that's fine. But in any given situation, if I'm given the choice, we'll take my car.
But if you guys were to take your wife's car, say, on a trip, she would drive?
She would. Well, if it was a long trip, like when we used to drive to Florida, I would drive.
You would drive, yeah.
Yeah, I would drive.
See, I always feel like I have to drive. I have that, and it's not like, oh, I'm a man, I got to drive. I have like a complex of it. Like I hate being a passenger.
Well, there's nothing to do. Like, I'm not going to sit there in the passenger seat and, like, scroll on my phone,
Right.
I'll look out the window, but that's fun for about 5 minutes, and then
I can't sleep in the car.
Nope.
So I like to drive, and the negative of liking to drive is having my wife as a passenger. Did you see that car? Yeah. The one that's a mile and a half ahead of us that just changed lanes? Yeah. Yeah,
also,
I saw it.
I would understand that reaction. I would fully understand that reaction from somebody if they had been in a wreck with you.
Right.
If you had a history of but if it's unwarranted, it's distracting.
Well, I had a history just well before I knew her.
Oh, well, there you go.
I was an idiot when I was a kid. We were talking about speeding last week.
I
did a ton of that. I had some accidents along the way.
But she wasn't with you then.
Never.
Yeah, she didn't know you then.
Nope.
Rob is out there like Shadur Sanders, boy. He's out there in the... All right, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on that iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep up the evaporated.
That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar.
Hey,
Justice. John Fogerty and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
we love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and the official WMMS Buzzard gear. All 4 locations around town and online. Use the promo code BARBECUE for 20% off all through the month of June. Shop now, clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chris Marhofer here from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet, where it's sun, fun, and savings all month long. We've got over 300 vehicles in stock. Right now, drive home a new Equinox for just $329 a month. Visit our showroom in Stowe or shop anytime at ronmarhoferchevy.com. No hassles, just happiness. Experience the Marhofer difference, and together, let's drive.
25 Equinox at $329 a month for 36 months. $29.95 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees. MSRP $31,995. Take delivery by 6/30/25.
Hey, it's Alan. Join me at the Lakewood Truck Park Saturday from 2 to 4 for the finals of the Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout. All finalists are going to be there, but everybody can come out for a last chance to compete. Highest score competes in the national finals to win tickets to FIFA World Cup 26. 21 and over, go to WMMS.com for the info.
American Fireworks brings the nighttime skies to life for all occasions. American Fireworks has the best deals on consumer fireworks at their massive showroom in Hudson on Route 91, just minutes from Cleveland and Akron. We accept all competitors' coupons. Check out AmericanFireworks.com for the best deals.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Shop Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and reclaim your restless nights. Choose from a curated premium selection of mattresses to find just the upgrade you're looking for. Get matched. Sleep at night.
The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. And now we're standing with you with Employee Pricing Plus. Hurry into your Jeep brand dealer for details today and join the family. Jeep, there's only one. Offer valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles for non-FCA employees and retirees. $200 admin fee applies. Not all buyers will qualify. Restrictions apply. Does not apply to leases. Ends 6/30/25. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
At Cleveland Clinic, care is everything. So when your primary purpose is to care for the world, you'd start with your community. until you're accessible anywhere. You make complexities your specialties and put compassion before anything else. All to redefine what's possible. For everyone, everywhere. For every care in the world. Cleveland Clinic.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
At the Ohio Lottery, we make Keno fun, your way. That means every few minutes across Ohio, 20 out of 80 possible numbers are randomly picked. And if some of the numbers you picked match, voila, you're a winner. Keno doesn't require you to know a single thing about sports skidball or overs, unders, pluses, minuses, or lines, or whatever else. Keno is as simple as, did some of my numbers match? They did? Great. You just raked in some dough. There are more than 20 hours of Keno draws every day and thousands of places to play statewide. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. Text EAT to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's EAT to 64,000.
Traffic.
From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Traffic's moving along for the most part. You have a report of an accident on the Turnpike eastbound between Route 10 and I-71. Roadwork has Ridge reduced to 1 lane in each direction between Biddulph and Memphis. And Route 303 in Streetsboro still closed due to flooding between Stone Road and Jefferson Street. I'm Mike Ross from the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric.
Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric is your one call to beat the heat. Right now, for a limited time, get a complete precision air conditioning tune-up for only $96. Call today or visit heartofohiohvac.com.
Your favorite artists?
In your library.
Your favorite songs?
In your playlist.
But your favorite morning show?
They make me laugh every day. Or your favorite team in action. Oh my goodness, he caught it!
Or your live local news, traffic, and weather?
Implications from coast to coast.
Yep, there's an app for all that too.
iHeartRadio.
We're not just streaming music, we're streaming moments.
Everyone wants to be here. Join the millions of Americans.
And add us to your entertainment lineup now. Download the #1 app for radio.
The free iHeartRadio app.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The Guardians ended up taking 2 of 3 against the Giants, yeah?
Yeah.
They lost last night 2-1, but it's a pretty good showing against a pretty good team.
After Seattle, I did not see that coming.
I did not either. They got
that's
swept
a great
by the
way
Mariners.
to go into the athletics series.
Mm-hmm. They start up tonight there in Sacramento. Sac-Towels, what they call it. Guardians Athletics today. That's a 10:05 first pitch tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. Probably an afternoon or on Sunday. Yeah, 405 there. As a result, our metal show will, again, be preempted tomorrow night. We do something here called 2 hours to midnight with me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. Starts around 10 o'clock. We were preempted last weekend by Guardians of the Bull, and we will be again tomorrow night. So we will return live on the 28th. If you're a heavy metal fan, that's when we will return. If you're not, that's still when we will return. And maybe you dip in and enjoy some of it. But Guardians baseball tonight at 10:05, live from Sacramento.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to get ahead of the game here and be the first one to complain that you guys didn't drive all the way into work yesterday to do an hour-and-a-half long show. That's ridiculous. I won't stand for it. I'm just kidding, obviously. Okay, bye now.
Wait, I thought he was all mad for a second. No, I still came in. We ran a power hour yesterday, but I had did you come in at all yesterday?
No.
I had some things to do. And so
I worked at home.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, no, listen, thank you. I'd appreciate the whatever. Alan, could you send me Sergeant T texted, could you send me a picture of your next forest green dump? My wife needs carpet color ideas. Wow. I don't, no, I'm not going to do that. You can go to Home Depot and check out the swatches like everybody else. There's nothing more mind-numbing than going through paint swatches while you're standing there. After a while, they all start to look the same. Do you like this one or this one? They look exactly the same. Do you like the Milano green or do you like zip code? I'm like, that would be fun. There was a girl on the Funny Bus, not this past season, a couple of seasons ago, who worked for Sherwin-Williams, and she was on one of the teams that would choose the names of the paints. And I'm like, that's got to be the best gig in the paint game, is coming up with the names for them. Because some of them there's a logical connection to it, right? But you're going to run out of those pretty fast. There's only so many everyday adjectives that you can use for any color in the spectrum. After that, it's like lipstick, cosmetic colors, right? You can only use dusty rose a couple of times before you go on to, other stuff. Panic at the Nightclub or whatever you got to do to avoid a copyright infringement lawsuit. But no, Sergeant T, I appreciate you reaching out, but I will not be sending you photos of my next forest green dump.
That would be helpful. I mean, you could do the guy a solid.
Yeah,
pun.
Good pun. Not only that, though, it's not like your wife is going to be amenable to that, right? Honey, could we find, you might not like the hue of my link. B, she might not want anything to do with that. I know it's Sergeant T is trying to goof on his wife. I understand, but yeah, those color swatches when you stand there, if that's the way you do it. A lot of people don't do it. You can do a lot of stuff online now. But standing there with the little cardboard pieces, because then you walk it up, say, give me something like this. But paint names, find you some paint names here. Parakeet, pine, moss, fern. Green maybe is easier than some others because you can draw from nature. Pistachio, pickle, basil. Green is a bad example, I guess, because you're not going to get too crazy there. But they're like, do you like the sunset glow or do you like saddle? Oh, I don't know. Do you have anything in a light saddle? Do you have anything in... But I like the crazy names. I'm not finding any, though. Galaxy, right? Do you like Galaxy? Yeah, Galaxy. Yeah, that's fine.
Black with sparkles is what I would think of there, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, just give me some Galaxy.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if a company, and I don't know who that company would be, but if they went down the novelty road of things that everyone says, that is poo brown, that is baby puke yellow, that is poo green.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be great if someone just made those colors? Then you could go into Home Depot and be like, give me poo brown.
I mean, it's the lipstick and nail polish companies that really grab the lion's share, because I guess in the carpet business, maybe in the home improvement sector, you want to maintain maybe some decorum, if you pardon the pun. But nail polish and things like that. It's supposed to be fun. And, you pick it off the wall. Hey, give me Gouda 2 shoes. That's a nail polish. OPI makes that. Tickle my Francie. How about that? Teal, the cows come home. So they're all very punny. Not all of them, but,
I just think there's a market for guys like me who would go and buy things because I think it's funny. Penis peach. You know what I mean? Like just the color of your skin. That would be
That's showing
funny
your white
to me.
privilege.
Why is that?
Penis peach?
For me, I'm not saying it's the only color that it can be.
Oh, for you mean?
For me, I would pick peach because that's the closest color to my skin.
Right.
Pecker peach.
You guys have any remnants of that pecker peach carpet? I'd love to have that wall to wall in my den. That would be great. Put together a man cave, and
it would be so good. I'm telling you, people would buy it. Let me get a quart of booger green.
There you go. Yep. And by the way, just to replicate, I'd like pecker peach, but I'd like a giant splotch right in the middle of that carpet remnant, just so that I can replicate
Taco
it.
Bell skid mark brown, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Delicious. I also got a letter from Don, Alan, Mega Dildos. I've been a podcast listener for many years, and I heard you guys talking about people you hadn't heard from on the phone for a while and hoping they were okay. Drunk Sue is fine, is what Don says. I think her brother-in-law passed away, so maybe that's surely distracting her. But thank you, Don, because we heard from Darnell. I think randomly. I don't know that I mentioned Darnell. Darnell sent me a voicemail, and we hadn't heard from him in a long, long time. And after that, he must have heard the segment. He was kind enough to resend me his Mercedes-Benz song, which you longtime fans of the show know this song. Back in the day, we love this song because there's in the bridge of the song, he rhymes jeans and beans. And Rob's never heard it, though. You've never heard any of the songs that Darnell used to send us. This one's called Mercedes-Benz. And again, all of his songs are real earworms because they're basically ripoffs of popular pop songs. But not the ones that you immediately would notice. Just the ones that kind of hit your ear and you go, boy, this sounds like something else I used to like. And that's good enough for me. This is the keyboard, I think, that we bought him, right? He would just pre-program this music, and then he would play it, and he would
That's right.
sing.
You said you crowdsourced to get him a keyboard,
No,
right?
we did.
Yeah.
This audience purchased him a new keyboard many years ago. Over a decade ago. And he'd play and he'd sing.
Have you ever seen such a beautiful thing? That's something that makes you wanna sing.
Again, his songwriting and his subject matter. Good Lord.
Good Lord.
I forgot about Good Lord. It's quite remedial, but it's so pure and sweet that you don't care. Oh, a good
Have
Lord.
you ever seen such a beautiful thing?
Forgot about Good Lord. Throwing his hand back.
That's something that makes you wanna sing. Good Lord. Man, it's such a beautiful car. When you're riding it, I'm up to par.
Up to par. Now, again, I'm not quite sure what that...
Your A, B,
yeah.
and C classes look so great.
Yeah.
I'm riding this Benz with me and my day.
And by the way, it's kind of instructional because I don't know anything about Mercedes-Benz, right? Like, I don't...
And this car just looks so good.
C-Class got to be the nice one, right?
But I won't be driving it in the hood.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's why I say, oh, I want to ride in a Mercedes-Benz to the fun that'll never end. Do you want to ride? Because I want to ride.
Right, it's super catchy, but you're like, oh, this was someone's song in the 90s.
I'm trying to think of what it was because
I
it
know, it's
sounds
like-
exactly like something.
Like a Pebbles song or something. Not Mercedes Boy.
No.
That was upbeat. Let me find the beans part. Hold on.
If I had the embrace too.
And then he gets a little deep into the thing here.
If you
Oh, here we go.
look at me, they're not wearing my jeans. But when you get my Mercedes-Benz, you're not in my beans, yeah.
I love it. I can't love it more. They're not wearing my jeans. When you're in my Mercedes-Benz, you're not eating my beans. I love it. He overcame writer's block with 2 complete non sequiturs. Oh, it's just fan-frigging-tastic.
You won't be bound if you look at me. They're not wearing my jeans. But when you get my Mercedes-Benz, you're not in my beans, yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Darnell. I couldn't find Mercedes-Benz, and he was kind enough to resend it. He said, I know you've probably got some new listeners who haven't heard it yet, and Rob's never heard it, so let's do it. There you go.
Can
now
you forward
this week,
that to me?
yes, of course. Tonight you can sleep the sleep of angels, Rob, knowing that you have now heard Darnell's Mercedes-Benz.
I got to add it to my playlist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good. There you go. Sent. Thank you, Darnell.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. See the video of the freighter that was stuck at the mouth of the Cuyahoga River?
Yeah.
It's like what was it that was jamming up the supply chain before the unforced error of tariffs? When that boat got stuck in the Suez Canal, is that what that was? Remember a couple of years ago? There was a boat that got stuck. Freighter stuck at the mouth of the Cuyahoga. The flow rates were at their highest in over a year. 10,000 cubic feet per second of water being discharged. I mean, they mean displaced? Or? Look at that. So then what do they do? Yeah, it's just stuck there. Wedged, as it were. It's got a dead weight of 8,600 metric tons. How about that?
Is that a lot?
Stuck there. Rob, see me after the show, will you? Yeah, sounds like a lot to me. I mean, 1 ton is 2,000 pounds. So 8,600, unless a metric ton is different, but I don't think so. So 8,672, to be precise, metric tons. That's the weight of the boat without the cargo, right? Dead weight is the weight of the boat, I think, when it's not being buoyed by the water. So if 2,000 pounds is 1 ton, then 8,600 pounds, 8,600 tons.
I'm out.
It's 17 million tons.
Jeez.
Is that right?
Could that be right?
No.
That can't be right. No.
17.2 million? 17.2 million tons. Yeah, that's right. My math computer just came up with that, Rob.
Okay. By the way, that guy either had his phone way too close to his face or his AirPods were really hot. He was
Yeah. Well, everybody's breathing now. Maybe people need to just exercise more, because every time there's somebody who's like talking into their thing, you can just hear them breathing. There's a lot of sleep apnea in these viral videos. Alan, Crush on You by Lil' Kim is part of Darnell's beat. Okay.
No, there's a very obvious, there's a song.
I thought the Jets had a song called Crush on You. Wasn't there a big
They
song?
sure did.
I got a crush on you. Yeah. The Jets. Remember them? That's not what that person's talking about. This is a mid-tempo song. The Darnell track is originally jazz drummer Jeff Lorber's track that was sampled by Lil' Kim and Biggie. Okay, maybe that's what the song they're talking about is. So that's the... Yeah, people are mentioning there's some hardcore breathing in that video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeff, maybe I can dial this up. Rain Dance by Jeff Lorber. Said it was also sampled by Mariah Carey.
Really? Yeah, see,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
not, I'm hearing, like, there's something that's very, very obvious to me. That was like a smash.
Yeah, because you know that stuff. You're really good with that 90s R&B.
Yeah.
Rain Dance by Jeff Lorber.
It's not what I was thinking at all.
Okay, but the melody is in there. I get it. Crush on You by Lil' Kim.
Same thing.
Okay, yeah, so she slows down the... I see where people are coming from. Okay.
That's not what I'm thinking of.
No, it's not what I'm thinking of either. It was like a big late 80s, early 90s pop track.
Can you play his again? A little bit of his?
Jeff Lorber?
No.
Darnell.
Darnell's.
Yeah.
It's so obvious to me. Oh, it's
I
going
know,
to drive
it'll
me
come to you.
nuts.
It feels like one of those throwaway 90s R&B stars who maybe had like a
Car
hit.
just looks so good,
I mean, that's obviously what they sent us.
but I won't be driving it in the hood. That's why I say, oh, I wanna ride in a Mercedes-Benz to the fun that'll never end. Do you wanna ride?
I'm going to have to think about this.
See, if you want to ride, I want to ride is the part that jumps out at me. I'm like, that's somebody's line from a song. Anyway, I don't care because Darnell is fantastic.
Perfected it.
Yeah, of course. Guy's blind, man. I mean, this is a guy who has done more than I've done sighted, quite frankly. So good for him.
You said that the other day, and I forgot to when you just said it now. I was like, oh, really? I don't know how I could have forgotten that.
Forgotten what?
That he's a blind guy.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said it, and now that you said it, I remember you said it. But when you said it, he was blind. Just now, I was like,
yeah, because he has such a Stevie Wonder quality to him. There's nothing he can't do. Oh, Lindy Korn's on the phone.
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work?
Oh, come
Call
on.
the law office of Lindy Korn.
Not this week.
No, not this week. Duke did call, though.
Hey, Alan. It's Duke from Bay Village. This is sad news. My wife just confessed that she broke my favorite lamp. I don't think I'll be able to look at her in the same light ever again.
Oh, all right. Duke. This guy, right? He used to call us with these...
Is he the P.U.N.isher?
No, the P.U.N.isher. No, Duke would call from Bay Village and then, usually live. But lately he's been purging on the after hours line. He's been getting it out over there. And not a moment too soon, quite frankly. Now that today I think is the first day of summer. Is
Yes.
today the solstice? Today is the first day of summer. So people are probably feeling themselves a little bit. And that's okay. They're checking in with us. Just the two of us, Computer Love, TLC. I don't think TLC.
Oh, it depends. Maybe what's the TLC song?
I don't know. Alan, that's 17 million pounds. You were saying tons. Yes, I'm sorry. I was saying tons. I meant pounds. Thank you.
That sounds much
That's what
better.
it was. 17
Yeah.
million pounds. Right. I had tons on the brain, but you are correct. The Ever Given was the ship that was stuck in the Suez Canal. Okay. Yeah, and they did get that out, right?
They did.
That's
Yeah.
that's still not stuck
We would have
there?
nothing.
I was going to say, we're not going to have anything anyway, with all the tariffs and stuff like that. I mean, once the shelves are empty, they're empty. But yeah, you had to imagine that once they displace the water or put more water in, or they had guys down there with, at least with your car, you can deflate the tires a little bit. When those box trucks get underneath a short overpass, you can drop a little bit of the air out of the tires to get them under.
I think they had to just start offloading it, right? Isn't that what it was?
Yeah, something like that. Right.
And then tugboat that bitch out of there.
There you go. Yes. Now, by the way, for the people who text me, devotion to accuracy, there are two groups of people who will text me to correct me information, right? There are those people who just want to get the correct information to me. And then the other people who will text me the exact same information, but postscript it with dumbass. And you're all correct. You're all correct. But I do appreciate those of you in the earlier group. I appreciate reserving that judgment, right? I appreciate you holding that back.
Pounds, dumbass, not tons.
And you're not wrong. You're not incorrect. Creeping by TLC? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to have to spend some. That's why I asked you to send it to me, because I want to try to come up with it.
Alan, tomorrow is the first day of summer. Well, the solstice hits at 10:42 tonight.
Correct.
Yeah. So if the first day of summer is actually at night, this is the longest day of the year. So after tomorrow, the days start getting shorter.
It's all downhill from here, kids.
That is the real bummer.
Enjoy
hey, how
that-
about a little, enjoy what?
That 2 weeks of summer we get here in Ohio.
There you go. Here's a little Steve Martin playing some banjo with his band, the Steep Canyon Rangers. He's going to be 80 in August. Steve Martin, 80 in August.
Doesn't look it.
Nope. And he's had the white hair for a long time. And he and his good buddy, Martin Short, are going to go out on the road. And I've got tickets for you. It's called Steve Martin and Martin Short in Conversation. And they're going to be down there in Akron. It's going to happen Thursday, November the 20th at the Akron Civic Theater. The tickets, details, all that are at Ticketmaster.com if you want to look at them there. But you can get my last pair this week to see these two young men chop it up. Probably a little music, a lot of comedy, and maybe you'll get to ask them a question. Who knows? Thursday, November 20th at the Akron Civic Theater. Caller 10. Good luck. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Next summer, the World Cup comes to North America. It's soccer. It's WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I heard Corey play some REO Speedwagon a little bit before we started.
Yep.
Doing the big 80s weekend. We get right back into it when we roll out until the Guardians game tonight. First of 3 there in Sacramento against the Athletics. The guy who first sang REO Speedwagon is from downstate Illinois. They were students at the University of Illinois. So the band started in Champaign, Illinois. A guy named Irving Azoff was one of their classmates, and they were, I think, he became a mega manager, right? This is the guy who blew up because he managed the Eagles and a bunch of other bands. Sorry, Eagles, not the Eagles. But REO Speedwagon had 3 different singers over their first 3 albums until they landed on Kevin Cronin. But the guy who was with them, I think first, was a guy named Terry Luttrell. But he split early on. He wanted to do some other things. He had another band. And Kevin Cronin comes in. Now, REO, over the past couple of years, had all these legal problems. Like, some of the guys wanted to keep touring, and other ones didn't. So it was something like on the eve of them doing a farewell tour, they just put a statement out and said, we're done. We're splitting up. But now it's like Kevin, like when Queensryche, remember when Jeff Tate left?
Yeah.
And then it became like Jeff Tate's Queensryche, whatever. So Kevin Cronin goes out, I think, and does stuff. And REO goes out with Terry Luttrell back in front. This guy that left them in 1972 has been the front man again for REO Speedwagon. He was leaving their farewell concert. This was in Chicago. He was leaving their farewell concert. And I don't know if he was driving home or driving back to the hotel, whatever it was. And he fell asleep behind the wheel. He's an old man, He dozed off. And, the concert was in Champaign. So it's kind of a homecoming show or whatever. So he was downstate. But it was their farewell concert. Now, imagine if you die on the way home from the farewell concert. That's baller, bro. That would be the way to go.
Oh, maybe not in a car accident, but yeah, that would be the way to go.
He got really hurt. He's alive. He was about 30 miles south of the University of Illinois, and he fell asleep. He cracked his sternum.
Oh,
that's no fun, boy.
God.
Yeah. But again, he's a very old guy, right? He's fronting a band called Legacy of REO Speedwagon. They're in. Obviously, people. Speedwagon with Kevin Cronin.
Yeah, every hit was him.
Every hit was Kevin. He's tried to keep himself in shape. He's still skinny. Got the bleach blonde hair. So Terry Luttrell was essentially like, hey, it would be tough if you have to tell everyone, hey, I used to sing for this band.
Sure you did. Yeah. Yeah, I was the guy that replaced Robert Plant.
Yes.
Sure. I always thought they were just like just pussy rock, like Can't Fight This Feeling and Keep on Loving You and all that stuff.
No, they rocked.
And then you listen to songs like this and I'm like, oh my God, they were really good.
Well, that's the thing too, is what really broke a lot of those bands back then were the ballads.
Yeah.
So then you go, okay, maybe we'll go in this direction. Like, I know people dunk on Journey. Journey's a good band. And they started doing ballads because Steve Perry had a bit more of a romantic sensibility about him, I guess, and that's where you blow up, is from those ballads.
Yep.
That's how you bring all the chicks. That's how you break out from being a dude band to getting the chicks.
Time for Me to Fly is my favorite, I think. If I had to pick one, that would be it, I think.
My example is always, I think of 2 bands, more contemporary examples. More contemporary than REO Speedwagon. Goo Goo Dolls
and
Sugar Ray, okay? Sugar Ray basically started as a metal band. And they had all these kind of different influences. And they, when they first came out, I liked them a lot. And then they figured out they made a lot of money doing songs like Every Morning There's a, you know. And so then it was a lot of like white boy reggae and things like that. And the Goo Goo Dolls, same thing. Early on, like they were signed to Metal Blade Records, I think.
I don't think I realized
They're
that.
like a punk band. Yeah. And then they went way over to the other side because they blew up with that Name song.
Yeah.
That's where the Goo Goo Dolls blew up. That wasn't even supposed to be released. He was dicking around. He sends it to K-Rock in L.A. They play it like 10 o'clock at night, and it explodes. And then they're like, I guess this is what we're doing now because this is what people want. Right. So if you go see Sugar Ray at like a, rib cook-off, they're not going to get up and play RPM anymore. They're going to play, Shut the Door, Baby, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think I realized
whatever those songs are. So, whatever you blow up with, I guess you go, well, we might not just do only that, but now we know they will accept that from us. Anyway, Terry Luttrell cracked his sternum on the way home from an REO Speedwagon show, their farewell show. He said he signed autographs for people until 2 a.m. Because the fans at that point, they're drunk, they're in the moment, and they're like, I'm going to have the singer sign something for me. But then you take it home, and you wake up the next day, and you go, who the hell is Terry Luttrell? Oh, he's the guy that sings for REO Speedwagon.
Wait, I thought that was Kevin Cronin.
That's Kevin Cronin.
Son of a bitch, I got the wrong guy to sign this thing.
So when this guy got to his hotel, said he was surprised by 40 additional fans who wanted autographs. Imagine that. You like the band so much. You go so far back with the band. You're stalking the original guy at his hotel. So he went to bed around 4:30, didn't get much sleep, and then got in the car to drive to St. Louis and crashed his car. Rolled the car, cracked his sternum. But he's alive and still very old. And, here, listen, glass half full, he's going to get older. That's the best part.
Did he roll with the changes?
WMMS Rob on social media. He rolled down an embankment with the changes. He sure did.
Sorry.
Speaking of crashes, there was that plane crash in India where one guy lived. Right? They finally recovered the black box for this plane, and they are taking that data, and they are going to analyze it, but they're going to send it to the United States. Air India 787. This is a one where 252 people died, I believe, and one guy lived. So they have said that they're going to send the black box of the aircraft to the U.S. for analysis. The data recovery is going to happen here. The recorder sustained heavy external damage, obviously. It's a plane crash where all but one person died. So they said imagine that. The stereotype over here is that all the data stuff and all is happening in India. But the Air India people have to send it to the United States. The data from the black box flight recorder, all right, is going to be extracted at the NTSB in Washington, D.C.
How's that pronounced?
The NTSB?
Yeah.
NST. It's the National Safety Traffic Transport Board, NTSB.
You usually pronounce those things, though, so how would you say
Oh,
that?
I see, yeah. But why is the National Safety Transport Board, why is it the NTSB? Why isn't it the NSTB?
National Transportation Safety Board, right?
National Transportation Safety Board. Maybe whoever wrote this wrote it wrong. I think this is in an Indian paper, by the way. So they probably just misunderstood. The National Safety Transport Board is what that says, but that's not. Okay. Yeah, the NTSB is the National Transportation Safety Board. So anyway, that's what they're sending the black box from that plane over here in the United States. In fact, I was reading an article about how years ago Boeing crashed one of their own planes to see where the highest likelihood was. See, years ago, even Boeing knew that they were going to have problems down the road. They crashed one of their planes to see like running crash test dummies in cars. They did it with an airplane. There was another guy. He's a singer from Thailand. And he's like, I survived a plane crash 25 years ago, and I was sitting in the exact same seat. I was sitting in seat 11A. He was on a plane that killed 101 passengers, and he lived. Rungsak Loichasak, 47, was on Thai Airways flight going from Bangkok to another city, and it plunged into a swamp. And there were 132 people on board, and 101 people died. And he lived, and he was in the exact same seat. And now, it's a bit of clickbait, sure, but this is what I was saying last time. These airlines are going to be able to charge top dollar now for seat 11A.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's in an exit row. They said the only reason this person probably lived is because they were right next to the emergency door or an exit row. And so when that door is sheared off or flies off or you catch a little bit of daylight, you slide out, and that's what the other guy did. The lone survivor of the plane crash in India was sitting in the same seat number as I was, says this guy, in 1998. I guess if you're in a plane crash, do you want to plunge into a swamp? Do you want to? It probably doesn't matter, right? You want to end up on a farm?
I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, from a cruising altitude, they say hitting the ocean will make no difference whatsoever because it's like hitting concrete at that altitude.
Unless they can sail it down like Sully did. If they can, sort of.
Yeah, but he wasn't at 36,000
No,
feet, right? That's what I
no.
mean. He was.
I mean, yeah, at that point, it's over. Just, okay. You look at the person next to you and say what you got to say.
Yeah.
But no, I think, on that type of a situation, you can probably put it down.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I only think Iris blew the Goo Goo Dolls up. Well, Name was before that. Iris blew up because it was in that. By that time, people were like, ooh, the Goo Goo Dolls are writing very romantic music. And so there was this movie called City of Angels with Meg Ryan and Nick Cage. And so Iris was on that soundtrack, and that was a massive song for them, too. But Name was a few years before that. And so by that time, people were like, oh, it's the Goo Goo Dolls. And then they were off to the races, right?
Yeah.
Johnny Resnick made enough money to clearly have extensive plastic surgery. And, they were off to the races by then because they were like, okay, I guess this is what we do now. And he does write good songs. Johnny Resnick writes very good songs. So Goo Goo Dolls, that's just a band that comes to my mind when I think of bands that did a complete 180 in their sound early on. But the guy's no slouch. Do you think they will airmail or send what? Do you think they will send the black box airmail or do you think they will airmail it or ground ship it? I don't know.
One of my biggest misses ever, I thought Black Balloon by the Goo Goo Dolls. I thought that was going to be their biggest hit.
Baby's Black Balloon.
I the first time that the record company played that, I was like, that's it. There's the one that's going to be bigger than Name, bigger than Iris.
But it was a hit.
Not close to what the others were. Like that song, I think, like it would be a stretch right now. Like people probably play that in trivia to try to come up with who sang it. But that song, man, I was convinced that was going to be like their biggest hit.
Boy, he looks strange now.
He does.
Yeah.
Like an alien.
Because he had that cleft chin, and I don't know if he shaved his cheeks down. He already had like a good face, and something happened. He got.
He was a good-looking guy.
Yeah, he was.
I don't understand what the hell they went for.
I don't know. So there was Iris, there was Slide, there was Name. Slide was huge too. So again, this is when they started. Making that move, right? Because before then, they had songs like Long Way Down and Naked, but Name was on that record. It was called A Boy Named Goo. And that was the one that blew up.
Was there one Dizzy Up the Girl?
Dizzy Up the Girl. That's where Slide and Black Balloon. Yeah. So they were on a roll by then. Here Is Gone. That was a good song, too.
That was a great song.
I told the story a couple of weeks ago when we went to the SNL exhibit at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. There was a girl arguing with her mom in the gift shop at the vinyl stacks, arguing with her mom about buying what is, in all candor, an overpriced piece of vinyl because it's in a gift shop. Everything in there is overpriced. Arguing with her mom that this piece of vinyl was going to be, quote, an investment. And bless her soul, she was 14 or 15 years old. I just happened to overhear this. And I looked to see that the album she was holding up was Dizzy Up the Girl by Goo Goo Dolls.
That's why it was in my head. We just talked about it. There you have it.
Now, I can't say that album is not an investment. I just know that it came out 25 years ago, and if you're buying it now, I don't know.
And if you're buying a reprint in 2025, I'm guessing it's not much of an investment.
Right. Yeah, you're getting a reprint. So, the safest seat, apparently, according to two people, you might need a larger sample group, but okay, 11A. I mean, you understand why. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on our app, you do it live during the show and you do it from out of state, tell me where. You can always leave us messages if you're checking in anytime. Alex is in San Francisco. Sorry about your Giants. Phil is in Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle. Jennifer's in Fort Worth, Texas. Alex is in Houston.
Hey, Alan. I was thinking about your refrigerator problem, and I think you should get your office manager to find out what Keith's favorite drink and food, stock the refrigerator with it, and let him watch it disappear so he feels how it feels. Maybe that would affect a change around the office. Hate the show. Bye.
Bye. I already know what his favorite drink is. Whatever I have in there. That's what Keith Hotchkiss' favorite drink is.
The free one.
Golly, I wonder what his favorite drink is. What does Alan have in there?
I still can't believe I stole your V8. I got home. Melissa's like, did you really?
I said I could have had a V8. And I smacked myself in the head.
I felt so stupid. I got home. I'm like, did you hear that? She's like, yeah. I was like, of all the people, I'm just trying to make a joke. I'm going to take it from somebody else. And it was freaking Alan's.
I don't feel bad about it at all.
I do.
But, and I haven't even broached the subject with young Keith Hotchkiss. I haven't said what. I've said it all here. I've confided in my audience. I've seen him. You know, we goof about how you could fly a plane through this office on a Friday morning. There's nobody here except me. He's here. Hotchkiss is always here.
And he listens.
I know he listens. He knows he drank my drink, and it's not the end of the world. A lot of people that I got messages from, and again, this goes back to people finding themselves in similar situations and probably getting similarly frustrated, but a lot of people thought that I was underreacting.
That's what I said.
I know you did. A lot of people agree with you. However, here's the thing. In any given situation, I will underreact because I don't see the value in overreacting, and if I pop the cork, it all goes, all right? So I can't afford to do that.
Flipping desks.
I find myself doing it. You know, my dad, one of his pithy, axioms to me back in the day was never complain, never explain. And I've tried to, obviously what we do for a living, there's a lot of complaining and explaining. But in real life, I don't do a lot of that. I kind of take things in stride because I know if I pop the cork, it all goes. And there's no way to get that toothpaste back in the tube. And that's not good for anyone involved. And it ain't good for people who aren't involved, right?
Yeah.
You know this.
Yeah.
There is a deep, deep river of rage. And you keep it there. And you harness it when you need it. But and I know this happens because when people ask me pointed questions about something that they know is getting me frustrated, I will just go, it's no good. It's no fun. And then I go, why am I talking about this? Why? I'll keep it to myself. No, I know what his favorite drink is. It's whatever I have in there. So I will change that situation. I will figure it out. I won't leave it to anyone else's predilections, right?
I don't understand.
My stuff, it's on me.
I don't understand how buying his favorite things and putting them in the refrigerator does anything but make him take more of his favorite things.
I understand in theory what he was trying to say, right?
Yeah.
What's good for the goose.
Right.
But
But he didn't buy them.
Right. You want to go see Ghost? You're going to have to give up your phone. But if you're a Ghost fan, there's nothing they could do to you that would keep you away. They're on the Skeletor 2025, and it brings them to Cleveland. About a month. They'll play the Rocket Arena July 17th. That's a Thursday night. Get the weekend going early with a Ghost show. RocketArena.com will have all of the details. Tickets are on sale now. If you want to look into them. You can get my last pair this week to see Ghost. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device.
Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
iHeartRadio's got you covered for the summer. Hit play on the perfect summer playlist like Summer Classics. Road tripping with commercial-free stations like 70s Rock Ride. Or zone out in the shade with a good podcast. Your summer soundtrack is already in your pocket with the free iHeartRadio app. Find your next summer preset now.
iHeartRadio.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It may be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007. You want to join us live? Or 800-348-1007. Little Jimmy Norton going to join us in about an hour. Jim Norton at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow. 7 o'clock, 9:45. Tour is called Now You Know. I have to assume that he's doing Hilarities rather than theaters because, of course, it's the 40th anniversary of Hilarities over there on East 4th, and so they have a lot of A-listers coming in to do the club. Louis C.K. was there not long ago, and Kevin Nealon just came through. And Jim Norton tonight and tomorrow. So go to hilarities.com for the details. You can also go to jimnorton.com if you can't make the show tonight. I know we have a lot of bureau chiefs. He and Jimmy Florentine are doing some shows overseas. But otherwise, here in the States. So we'll catch up with him in a bit. It's been a minute since he's been on the show. Ran into him this morning. He's doing RMG. Guardians end up taking 2 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants, who are a very good team. So that bodes well for Cleveland going into this series against the Athletics. All things being equal, these guys could crap the bed against the A's. You know, you never know. You don't know. But hopefully that won't be the case after that drubbing by the Mariners. Guardians Athletics in Sacramento tonight. That's where the A's are parked for the foreseeable future until they get set up in Vegas. 10:05 is your first pitch, which makes 9:30 something your pregame on MMS. So you get about 3 hours of the 80s weekend on the Buzzard, and we get out of here around 6:30. Is Corey on again tonight?
Yeah.
Because he was in for Stansbury.
Right.
This guy is indefatigable. Am I saying that properly?
Excuse me? That might be a word I have to look up.
How do you unable to be fatigued?
Unfatigable.
Indefatigable. Oh, I put the G in the wrong spot. Indefatigable is
indefatigable.
Not faggot. Yeah. I'm sorry. I
think you might have
my
messed that one up.
sincerest apologies. I was trying to say
indefatigable.
Indefatigable. You're tireless in your efforts.
I have to look. Is Tony on? Dude, I've got my head so far up my ass this week.
I understand.
The day off, I thought all day yesterday it was Saturday. Because we were off. So I was kind of like hanging around the house. I cut the grass. And I'm like, what the hell what am I going to, oh my God, I'm supposed to be at work. We have a gig. And I'm like, oh, it's Thursday.
I think it's Tony.
I think
Captain Tony is on tonight. Anyway, doesn't matter, right? He's great. But from 6:30 until Guardians West Coast pregame, you're going to get to 80s. Because we're doing an 80s weekend under the equally indefatigable watchful eye of one Rob Anthony.
I was like, what's that word?
Our intrepid program director. So I'm just looking at the rundown tonight here. Michael Stanley Band.
Right out of the chute.
Never heard of him. Megadeth. Kidding. Although he was a dick to me the one time I met him. What do you want from me? Def Leppard. Well, let me do a Golden Earring. Is that the long album version?
Oh, yeah.
Doom, 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 that huge bass thing in the middle.
Play no radio edits around here.
Oh, all 8 minutes of Twilight Zone?
Yeah, man.
Oh, this is a madhouse. I feel like I'm being cloned. Love that song. Anywho, that'll be tonight. Alan, you got to knock it off with all of the subterfuge and behind-the-scenes stuff with Keith Hotchkiss drinking your drink. You've got to go Daniel Plainview on his ass next time he's in his office. Remember Daniel Plainview?
Yeah.
That was Daniel Day-Lewis's character in the film There Will Be Blood. And the phrase that everyone remembers from that movie is, I drink your milkshake. If you have a milkshake, so now I got to put some big long straw together. I've got to make the metaphor real in this instance.
If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake, and I have a straw, there it is. That's a straw, you see. Watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Don't bully me, Daniel.
And then I think if I remember that movie properly, they both walk away arm in arm.
I don't think
having made up. Didn't they bury the hatchet? And isn't that how that movie ends?
I don't think so.
I was reading something that seemed very unlikely, that Daniel Day-Lewis was coming out of retirement because he had retired from acting. I mean, maybe for the past 2-3 years. That he was coming out of retirement to do something like something that seemed really frivolous. I mean, compared to all the other stuff he does. All of his movies are Oscar bait, and he's considered to be like the greatest actor of his generation. But something like a Farrelly Brothers movie.
I would love that so much.
I would too. If Daniel Day-Lewis comes back to me, he's
Dumb
like,
and Dumber 3.
You know, the script for Spaceballs 2 just really spoke to me. What was that? Daniel Day-Lewis returns to movies. A movie called Anemone, or I don't know. Because he was on The Studio. I don't know if anybody's watching The Studio. It's this Seth Rogen show on Apple TV where he plays a studio executive. Remember that movie The Player in the early 90s? It's very inside Hollywood, ton of cameos, and somehow Seth Rogen got Daniel Day-Lewis to cameo on The Studio. Yeah, so I don't know what the release date for the Daniel Day-Lewis film Anemone is going to be out on October the 3rd. I thought I read that he was going to be in some comedy or I don't know. All right, well, anyway, if you are a Daniel Day-Lewis fan, that's something to look forward to.
Hey, Alan. Rob. Listening to the podcast from yesterday, you were talking about the celebrities and their side hustles to make more money. I know you're not that guy. You won't even make merchandise for us to purchase. How ridiculous is that? But if you were, what kind of company or product would you make? And what kind of product would you make if you were in the 20s? Love you, bye.
Oh, man. People know right where my soft spots are, right?
Yeah.
What product would you make in the 20s? No, listen, people, I feel weird about it. I mean, I always have stickers made, which I know is low-key, but whatever. I have stickers made, pay for those. I ship them out to people and mail them. I'm happy to do that. People aren't paying for stickers. But this whole, like, you should have merch that we can buy thing, it's like, I don't know. Rover does that whole thing, and I'm like, good for you, man. I mean, if you're making but it just seems like a colossal pain. I guess at that scale that he's doing it.
Well, you listen to all the stuff that he has to do. It's a pain in the ass.
Well, I don't know about that, but what does he have to do? He's got
like all just the shipping and all the stuff, and then the returns, and it's like because it's not just buying it and shipping it, right? Then you get it, and you're like, oh, that doesn't fit. You got to ship it back. It's
like a whole other
thing.
I'm just trying to keep this thing on four wheels, all right? You know, so it's like good for him. I just remember we used to be back at Oak Tree back in the day, and Doogie would have like boxes in the hallway because she had her system, right? When they were like shipping stuff out, it was probably close to Roverfest too, when they would have all the merch associated with that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, good for you, but that's not me. I'm not going to be like, hey, here's a shirt for, no way.
I'm going to get some hats made, I think, just for me, because I wear hats every single day.
Is it going to say R-N-word Anthony?
It's not going to say anything but the Alan Cox Show logo.
Oh, it's got the logo of the show.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, I
just
see.
a nice black hat.
Yeah.
Logo in the corner, kind of like the hat I'm wearing right now.
Yeah. Hey, listen, CLE Clothing Company made that limited run of Romo Fio shirts. That was good enough for me.
That was great.
Once those sold out, I'm like, it's good enough for me. Because if you know, you know. And if you don't, it's equally as stupid. I love it. I don't know what I would do, though, if it were in the 20s. what products I would have. It would just be hats, right? We'd do hats in the 20s?
No, you'd have to do some kind of like, you always talk about that powder.
Oh, right. Of the time is what you're saying.
Hey! Okay. Remember, Dr. G. Maine's sarsaparilla tooth powder. Remember, if it's Dr. G. Maine's, it's not sarsaparilla tooth powder.
You heard about it here on
you
the
heard
Alan
about
Cox
Alan
Show.
Cox Show. You know, you've been hearing a lot of things about this newfangled penicillin. But we don't know what's in it. We're not putting that in our bodies. We don't know what's in it. Stick with what you know works. Elgin Glimrimple's Swamp Root System Regulator and Miracle Tonic Horse Dewormer. Stick with cocaine paste. New Alan Cox Show cocaine paste.
All right. Anyway,
Hats could work too. I could see Alan Cox Show like what are the hats?
Hats could work too, gentlemen. Tired of wearing the fedora to the baseball game?
No, listen, people do like hats.
Yeah.
No,
Instead
listen,
of it saying press in the side, we could do like the insert for the Alan Cox Show.
Yeah, like when I first came to Cleveland, they rolled out a whole bunch of merch. Some people in the audience probably still have like an old Alan Cox Show T-shirt. Well, you know, there's a picture of my daughter when she was like 6 months old in an Alan Cox Show onesie. I think a listener might have made that when she was born. I don't know, but it was like they did a run of shirts and stuff when I first got here, and I was like, when those are done, it wasn't like I saw any of that money. I didn't get a cut of that. But I was new in town, and they were trying to get, people to pay attention. That's fine. I understand that. But it's like, it just seems like more trouble than it's worth. So I've never really gone down that road. And quite frankly, I just feel weird telling people, hey, I paid $30 for this. Give me $40. Like, it's, I don't know. So there's some people, I guess, that are good at that, and I'm not one of them. I did hear, speaking of RMG, I heard some very unfortunate slander being thrown your way.
About me?
I was in here early, and so I had them on. I'm doing my work, and they were still on the air. And so when I dialed the station up in this studio, I heard them. And Charlie was talking about how he had been paid some money that was due you. And he was, with tongue firmly in cheek, I assume, he was framing it as though you were, since that money should have gone to you, and now there's this whole payroll debacle because they have to pull that money back and give it to the right person and whatever, right?
Yeah.
He was framing it as though you, a man of appetites, was taking it from an underling and demanding
stealing money from his pocket.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think reverse Robin Hood was the phrase that he used.
Yeah. Nice.
But these were for spots that you did.
Right.
He didn't do them.
So I didn't know it was him. So I sent a note because we have this report that we can look at.
Yeah.
That tells us what we got paid for.
Yeah.
So I ran it and I'm like, I didn't see, a certain client on there.
Yep.
And I was like, so what the hell? So I sent a note and they're like, oh, we paid the wrong person. And then they told me it was him and I'm like, oh no. And so I sent him a note. I'm like, dude, I said, it looks like you got paid for something I did. I was like, I don't know what they do, so they'll figure it out. And I'm like, I'm sorry, whatever. Then it's sort of, that's where he went down the, oh, dude, it's fine, whatever happened. Now he gets on the air, decides he's going to start,
of course,
start ripping me apart.
Yup, reframing it.
Yeah.
I understand.
But screw him. He didn't do those commercials.
But also, like years ago, we used to have an in-house payroll person.
Yeah.
Years ago, we used to have a lot of in-house people. But we used to have so if there was an issue, I would walk down the hall to Sue's office and go, hey.
Yeah.
Because years ago, something like that happened to me where they gave me way too much money. And they're like, we need to claw some of this back. And I'm like, I get it, but I'm not writing the company a check.
No.
Like, you screwed up.
Yeah.
So they ended up like taking it out of subsequent checks.
That's what they're doing with him, I think.
That's all they can do. But I'm still like, wow, this is awesome. Thanks, guys, for the screw up. Now, I don't know who you would I'm sure you'd send an email to payroll. I'm sure a lot of companies operate like this. Like, oh, our payroll person is in Detroit or something. And wait till AI gets involved. There isn't going to be a single human to contend with.
Right.
Then what do you do? They go, oh, well. So.
Yeah, back in the day, right? Let me take care of that for you right now.
Yeah, we figure it out, yeah.
Here, I'll just write you a check.
Because I'm the person who checks that site that we have to make sure everything is proper. I don't know what I would do if something got screwed up. Because, listen, this company, not exactly Johnny on the spot when it comes to problems, right? So you'd be like, yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
A year later, you're like, hey, any follow-up on this?
They were like, oh, it looks like Charlie got paid for it. I'm like, no. Why couldn't it have been like somebody I didn't like? God damn it, Charlie.
No!
Yeah, I felt terrible.
No!
I mean, not terrible enough to not get paid.
Well, of course, you did the commercials.
Yes.
No! God, please, no!
In Detroit, speaking of Detroit, a county worker for Wayne County there in Detroit was overpaid $1.6 million in one of their paychecks.
Whoops.
And so obviously that's a clerical error. And so now they have to get this money back. Now, she did tell her supervisor the next day, and 2 people got fired for it. You know, you make a keystroke mistake and you lose your gig. Attention to detail.
I'd be very concerned about what's happening with payroll in the county. Certainly, that's an incredibly big mistake.
Sometimes things slip through the cracks. They shouldn't.
No excuses for it. That kind of thing can't happen. I think there are a lot of errors that went on. What I can tell you is there are multiple fail-safes, theoretically, built into the system, and at least 3 of those didn't work.
Imagine if you're like, we have multiple fail-safes and multiple of them didn't work. The employee ID number was put into the spot where her hourly wage should have been. So just something as simple as that. And again, people do make mistakes, but you're like, I'm always fascinated by the people who have one job to do. One job to do. And I'm sure it's tedious, and I'm sure it's boring. And so after a while, it's a situation that probably lends itself to mistakes if you're zoning out. And this, by the way, when I type, I peck. Now, I'm pretty good for having 2 fingers, right? But I type with 2 fingers. People who are flying.
Oh, I can't.
Like you're supposed to. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to be able to type like that. But that's where you end up screwing things up.
I am also a pecker. Whoop.
Yeah!
Today, right as I was saying it.
You know,
I peck as well, yeah.
You hit tab 1 too many times, and the employee ID number goes in with the hourly wage. So anyway, I just wanted to set the record straight on this program because, again, Rob's my co-host, but he's also the program director. So to everyone else, he's just the boss. But to me, he's the boss and sits at my left hand. And so I was like, wait a second. This slander cannot go.
I did laugh when I heard the reverse Robin Hood thing.
Yeah, reverse Robin Hood.
Pretty funny.
Yeah. It wasn't no $1.6 million.
No.
But still, I mean, if you do the work.
And anyone that knows me knows that like that, this kind of stuff just eats me alive.
The mistakes, you mean?
Yeah. Well, when it affects people that I work with, you know?
Well, especially when you're not going to get that money next week.
No.
It's going to be, you're going to have to track people down. That's the thing. Why am I doing all the legwork? I already did the work. I did the commercials. Why am I now chasing other people down to do their jobs? I did my job.
I was just thinking,
like everybody has a version of this at their job, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I was thinking of all the people in the building that I don't like. Like I was like, why couldn't this have could have hit I don't know, Doomblatty or who's that other guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know any of those guys.
I don't know those people.
Yeah, I could have just been like, oh yes, Keith Kennedy got paid. Awesome.
I literally, the degree to which I know some of the people I work with is the same as like in the Westerns when a guy would tip his hat, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just as he's walking by. That's literally as well as I know some of these people.
The nod.
So I don't even know people to like them or not like them. I'm just like, that's a face I've seen around occasionally. How are you? Good to see you. What's up? And I move on. But again, the people you have to contend with aren't in-house.
Right.
So it's a lot of emails. And you know how closely some people look at emails. They don't.
So now I'm going to have to stare at this report next week and the week after to try to figure out if I ever get paid for it.
Yeah. Hey, I know something that'll make you feel better. I'm going to give COSI tickets to a listener. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah.
Okay, good. COSI is doing this thing called Unofficial Galaxies because I don't think they can call it the world of Star Wars. But it's very Star Wars-centric, a lot of iconic characters and stunning designs and behind-the-scenes stuff from one of the most beloved sci-fi franchises of all time. COSI's got this going on, cosi.org, C-O-S-I. I will hand off 4 tickets for you to get your ass to Columbus and check out Unofficial Galaxies at COSI. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Here's the best friend of that guy accused of the political assassination.
If what I'm reading is correct, by the way, Rob, it's going to be 135 degrees here next week.
Sounds right.
Yeah. Heat advisory all next week for millions of people, by the way, all throughout the Midwest. They're referred to as dangerous temperatures. Triple digits here, maybe? So it's either 55 at the beginning of June, or it's 103, I guess, towards the end of the month. 42 million people, the Midwest and Mid-Atlantic regions, will be under extreme heat watch. Now, that was a band I used to play in, Rob, when I was in high school. If you ever got to see an extreme heat watch gig, man. Now, it was a lot of handcuff belts for AC back then, but it was a different time. You know, a lot of times when they'll show these severe weather maps, there's a little loophole where Cleveland is relatively unmolested, as it were. Not this one. I mean, what was it a couple of nights ago, right, where there were massive storms? I'm like in my kitchen and my phone starts beeping. We were out yesterday, but Wednesday night when those storms came through, I'm in my kitchen and my phone starts buzzing, like when you get an Amber Alert.
Yeah.
And it says like, hey, if you're getting this, go to the basement right now. And there was no preamble, right? There was no, they didn't lick their palms first. They were like, yeah, there's going to be flying debris wherever, if you're getting this. And I look out the window, go on my back patio, and of course it's pouring rain and high winds and all that. And in my neighborhood, if someone farts, you lose power. But that didn't happen. And so,
Was it a tornado warning?
It wasn't that. They were just like really high winds. It said 80-mile-per-hour winds.
Jesus.
Now, everybody where I live, because I'm in Bay Village, last summer, when a legit tornado went through our town. So everybody out by me kind of puckers when they get these now. Like, we didn't have power for 5 days at my house. And it was right before the cruise, I think, because I was doing an appearance. And I'm talking to people. I was in Eastlake, I think, at the time. And we were on like day 3 of no power. And so I was talking to people that were like, yeah, we're out here. And my friend's house has a tree through it. Like some really bad stuff had blown through the area. And it went right through the town where I live, which is not that large. And I had friends way worse than us. Property damage. We just didn't have power. Anyway, so when I get one of these things on my phone, I go, oh, And as it turned out, I think it passed by pretty quickly. But I checked the map on my weather app. That didn't look good. But it went through pretty quickly. But anyway, all of that, I think, is preamble to this heat that's coming through. Especially for people who have allergies. I'm sure you've noticed. I don't have allergies, but I'm sure you've noticed the barometric pressure over the last couple of days. People's heads have been exploding, right? If they have bad allergies and things like that. But we're looking at like triple-digit temperatures next week.
Thank God I'm inside all the time.
I mean, we are in here, Yeah.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now.
I do I like to keep it chilly in here, right?
I like it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we have equipment in here. That's always kind of been the standard. You keep it a little bit cool. And frankly, I like to pop my high beams when I'm wearing like a thin shirt, Rob. We're on camera every day. And I do sit too low for people to really enjoy.
To pop the high beams, huh?
When I've got my Bubblicious going.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, see?
Look at those.
Now, here's the problem.
Turkeys are done.
And it's no small amount of insecurity on my part is, for whatever reason, I am always nipping out. I'm like Jennifer Aniston in season 1 of Friends.
The best.
Always. Same haircut, same nips. So, yeah, it makes me a little, I don't care for it. But what am I going to do? I'm always nipping out.
Let's not say same nips.
And it's not like I'm walking around in a mesh tank top, right? That was for Pride weekend. If you ran into me, thank you for the photos. I was in the flats. I had an appearance. I'm an ally.
In your mesh tank?
I was there in my hot pink mesh tank and my gold lame hot pants.
That explains those tan lines, huh?
I looked, I'll say it, fierce. But it's going to be very, very hot next week. And so, God, I was getting my teeth cleaned the other morning, and the lady in the other chair on the other side of the partition from me is telling her hygienist how she, because they make small talk with you. Going anywhere this summer? And the lady's like, actually, we're going on vacation to Lebanon.
Whoa.
Because her husband is Lebanese. And the lady's like, oh, and she goes, yeah, the timing's not great, but we already bought the tickets. And so she's just like, we're hoping nothing pops off. Like, yeah.
It's a 50-50 shot.
I hope nothing pops off. Yeah, we're going to spend a couple of weeks in Beirut. Oh, cool. All right. Hang out in the Levant for a while. But I mean, what could go wrong? Israel's right over there.
Close enough.
So there wasn't, I don't know how long. I don't know anything about the woman other than what I just heard her say to the hygienist. But I was thinking like, well, I didn't hear a quiver in her voice or anything like that, but you can't be feeling great about going there now.
Did you not buy trip insurance on that one? Because
it's expensive. Not everybody does.
That one might be worth it, though.
Yeah. So the record heat, and before that kicks in, however, it is supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow. And I'm going to be in Lakewood. It is the culmination of our big soccer promotion with Michelob Ultra. This is a shot for you to get yourself to the FIFA World Cup 2026, if that's your vibe. We're going to be doing the finals with all of our previous qualifiers tomorrow at the Lakewood Truck Park from 2 to 4 with Michelob Ultra. And if you haven't, because invariably we will need alternates. So I tell people, come on out. Get your name in the box.
For sure.
Because not everybody shows up. They go, I can't make it to the finals or whatever. I got to pull a name. It could be you. So whoever wins tomorrow goes to Los Angeles. MMS and Mick Ultra will send you to L.A., and then you compete against everybody else for those FIFA World Cup tickets.
I think it was last year or the year before, the motorcycle giveaway. One of them was an alternate that just came down that day and was like, screw it. And they got into like the top 2 or 3.
Yep. I think we're doing the Buzzard bike again this summer.
I've heard rumblings.
I think the details are TBA.
I've heard some rumblings.
But I feel pretty good about it. So anyway, I would tell you to go to WMMS.com for the details on tomorrow, but good luck finding it. So I'll tell you about it. It's 2 to 4 tomorrow at the Lakewood Truck Park. And again, it's supposed to be a gorgeous afternoon in Northeast Ohio. If I consult my weather application now, it's going to be 85 and sunny.
Wow.
And I know that a number of our colleagues in the sales department are going to be coming out to show their support and drink. I said those in the wrong order. To drink copious amounts of alcohol and show their support.
Yeah, they're just going to happen to be on a bar crawl at the same time. So they're going to stop in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming too.
Oh, are you coming?
And I'm going to show up at your event.
I like WMMS Rob on Instagram, by the way.
No, I will definitely be there.
Good.
I couldn't make any of the other ones this year. I was traveling and stuff.
I understand.
Looking forward to tomorrow, man.
It's going to be great.
I always love the finals.
Yes.
Watch people get all competitive with each other.
I wonder who else will be.
But I'll come.
Oh, good.
How about that?
Oh, good. Dick from Dayton. Okay. Good to hear. Alan, what's the CLE clothing code? It is BBQ. All through the month of June, use BBQ for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Well, then I'm very excited about tomorrow afternoon. You know, most of these are in the evening, which I do like. I am a night owl after all. However, the afternooners are fun too. So 2 to 4 at the Lakewood Truck Park tomorrow afternoon. Even if you're not part of this, come out and we'll hang and have some pops. Alan, whatever you do, don't go to the Lakewood Tuck Park by mistake. I know where that is. That's not far from the Solstice Steps. But you've got to be very careful. That one consonant off in the city of Lakewood, Ohio, you can usually it's closer to 117th. But what are you going to do? Yeah. So that'll be tomorrow for people who have been asking.
The Lakewood Truck Park.
Lakewood Truck Park, not the Lakewood Tuck Park.
Or Cuck Park.
Well, that's a whole other thing. That's indoors.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Indoors. It's a lot of chairs.
They're all in the corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of chairs in the corner. They're all facing out.
Yeah.
When you have to reset those rooms, you say, get me a mop, get me some wet wipes. Make sure those chairs are facing into the room, okay?
Stadium seating, but only in the corner.
That's right. Alan, I just read that Israel killed Hussein Salami. I guess his security details should have done a better job at hiding him. Right? All right, well, there you go. Things are going great over there right now. And so even though I only overheard the woman who said she was going to Lebanon with her husband for a few weeks, I wish them safe travels.
Wasn't that one of the names that Robert De Niro used on that episode right after 9/11? Remember, he did that security briefing, and they said they were chasing all the terrorist
Salami.
names. I think Haida Salami was one
Husa
of them.
bin Fartin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been Fartin.
Yeah, I've been Fartin.
That was a great. I think that was one. Haida Salami, wasn't
Yep.
it? Yeah.
Haida Salami. I like the Colbert one. Remember Colbert?
No.
Oh God, when he was still doing the Colbert Report, and he was doing donations for some firefighter or 9/11 thing or something, and he was rattling off the names of some of the people who had donated to the cause, and he really couldn't keep it together because he was laughing so hard. I'm going to let this load up here, and then I will play it for you, for your listening and or viewing pleasure. Post 9/11 over there on the Colbert Report.
I'm trying to remember all the.
And it's
Boy,
nice to see that.
That's almost exact to the De Niro one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at his now. Grab your boobie.
Well, and the thing is, they're reading off cue cards, and so that gets tough too because, De Niro, he was playing Tom Ridge. Is that what he was doing with Tom Ridge when they first created the Department of Homeland Security?
Yeah, who's been farting? I've been farting.
Oh, post 9/11 humor. How about that?
The best one is, I think at the end, he actually starts to laugh, and it's like a pull my deek out.
Yeah.
That was the one that got me.
Yeah.
That was a great skit. That was the first thing they did. That was the cold open the first time they came back
yeah.
after 9/11.
Yep. And now MAGA's in bed with Al-Qaeda. They're totally fine with it now because they might build a hotel for him in Dubai. All good. All is forgiven. Husa bin Fartin.
Who's been farting?
Yeah.
His cousin.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I've been farting.
Alan, I just added you to my presets. Bye.
Oh, okay.
That was it, huh?
I guess that was it. That was a quick message. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you for adding does he get anything for that? I know we were really, really.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Trying to, yeah.
Yeah,
if we're out live, we'd be able to give him something. But
yeah, so make that. We're going to be out tomorrow. Maybe we can say something like, "We'll give you something."
Yes, very good. Thank you.
If you show us your preset tomorrow, I don't have anything, but maybe we'll come up with something. We'll get some stickers. We'll give you some stickers. Show us your preset,
which you can have anyway. Shh. FYI. So that'll be at the Lakewood Tuck Park. Actually, is where we're going to be show us your presets at the Lakewood Tuck Park. But at the Lakewood Truck Park, of course, we'll be having a high old time. Somebody sent me the article about the woman who was like, "I've made a change in my life, and I can't believe the negative reaction from my husband." Well, the article goes on to say that she decided to stop shaving her pits.
Whoops.
She refers to it as letting her body return to its natural state, and she's resentful that her husband doesn't care for it. And I'm like, listen, nobody's telling you not to do that, right? I dated girls back in the day, didn't shave their pits. Fine. It was not my preferred state, but it's their body. Do what you want.
Wow.
But conversely, yeah, he might not be down with that because it might remind him of himself or another guy. I stopped shaving my armpits, the woman says. I don't like to waste time on it if I don't want to. I get it. I understand the inclination to stop doing that. But she goes on to complain about how it's impacted her sex life with her husband.
Well, if she's saying...
My husband apparently liked the smooth shaven look.
Well, if she's saying her armpits, but she wants to go back to her natural state, is she growing back her leg hair and bush too?
I wonder about that. I was reading a thing where pubes are back.
Pubes are making a comeback.
The bush, and you'll see, if it's funny, if you Google something along those lines, it's like anything else, it's cyclical. And so every few years, they'll be like, enough with the bush. And then it'll be like, let's talk about pubes.
Yeah.
And then enough with the pubes.
Well, I think the landing strip never went out of favor, right? Like, that's kind of always been there. But the bush, I think, is coming back. The 70s
but also,
bush.
when I see bush is back, what I assume is some hair.
Well, it's kempt.
Not like Pam Grier in Coffee.
No.
Right?
No, not a coiffed.
Not Cleopatra Jones. So, not that. I think what I assume they usually, now if they say the full-on 70s crotch fro is coming back, I'm like, all right, well, that's going to be wild.
Yeah.
Although I think that's probably also drawn from somebody who's writing clickbait in big cities. So I don't know.
Looks like Jared Allen in a leg lock.
Yeah, I don't know how prevalent that is. I say go nuts. Let your freak flag fly. But this woman, her whole article was about like, well, he initiates fewer times than he used to.
Yeah.
I feel like he's trying to manipulate me into a more conventional beauty standard. I mean, that road goes two ways, right? Like, do what you want to do, but there might be. Elections have consequences. I don't know what to tell you. So once it gets into, hey, he's a slave to the patriarchy, maybe he just doesn't want a hairy gal. Not everybody's down with it.
Which, again, is both of their choices. If he decided tomorrow, hey, I'm not going to shower anymore, is she going to still want to bang him?
Yeah.
I'm guessing probably not.
Well, honey, tell you what, there's got to be some détente there. You go, you do this, I'll stop showering. How about that? We'll each do something different, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I guarantee you she's not going to be like, you know what I want to do tonight? I want to go downstairs. I haven't showered in a month.
Listen, if you want people coming into the store, you got to make the awning look nice. That's
right.
all I'm saying. I like it kempt.
Yeah.
On myself. You do what you want to do, and I will support you. But for me, I've got to be very kempt. Want to go see Shinedown? They got Bush open. Hey, how about that? Oh, I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Fortune has smiled on all of us. Shinedown is headlining the Dance Kid Dance Tour. That's a new album. Gavin Rossdale and Bush. Bush is back to open along with Morgan Wade. She's cute, very talented. All three of them at the Rocket Arena in August. Tuesday the 19th. Go to rocketarena.com for the tickets and the info and all that. Or you can just grab my last pair this week. Is Shinedown coming on the show?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're going to have them at the end of the month.
Cool. Shinedown at the Rocket Arena in August. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar. Justice, John Fogerty, and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Cloudy skies overnight, 67 for a low. Saturday, mostly sunny, 88 for a high. Sunday, sunshine and up to 94.
This report is sponsored by Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric.
Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric is your one call for big savings. Now, for a limited time, save up to $2,000 off on a complete AC and furnace system. Visit heartofohiohvac.com.
Your one
one stop for advertising? Call 844-844.
all our men and women in uniform.
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
Thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Jim Norton's back. How many bands you know, Jim? I know you're a huge Black Sabbath fan. How many bands can you think of that were really doing songs about weather back then?
Honestly,
I mean, boy, not many.
It really is uncanny how much they made people care about the winter in particular.
I know. I mean, cold, snowy England had to have been a terrible, terrible time for them.
Very responsible of them to sing about it in a way that would cause people to drive cautiously.
Yeah, indeed.
I think that was very important. You're right. Good point.
How are you? It's been a long time since
I'm good,
I've
buddy.
seen you.
Yes.
Last time I saw you, not only on this show, but you were doing a theater here in Cleveland many years ago. O&A were in the audience.
Oh, was I filming then?
I think you were.
That was, Please Be Offended. I think that was 2011, 2012.
I was going to say, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was for Epics. That was, I didn't like that special. It was okay, but I didn't like what I wore. I wore these like jeans that looked like acid wash jeans with the camera. I looked like somebody's aunt, fat with a suit jacket. Now I'm fat without one, which is great. Things come full circle.
But you've slimmed down since then. Maybe you've yo-yoed, but I know that you've slimmed down since then.
I plummeted in weight. Like I got
Okay.
I still where people thought I was dying of pancreatic cancer. It was great. Everyone
Yeah.
thought I was sick.
Yeah.
And then I put some back on, so I still got to drop 20.
Well, I was talking to somebody because I'm down 20 pounds too, and it was one of these things where I wasn't fat, but for me, I was like, I weigh way more than I want to weigh. But guys have this, boy, there's a couple of pounds there where one way or the other, you look sick. And you don't want that. You want to look good. But like
Right.
to your point, there's this thing where you're like, because if you're a little chubby, you look cute, and but you got getting into that weird area of looking sick isn't good.
No, and I want to drop the weight. I hate being, and I only wear black now, or I'm
Yep.
wearing these dumb hoodies. And my wife, who's so annoying, she's like, "You look good." I'm like, "Shut up! You want me to have a stroke so you can redecorate?" Like she wants me to drop dead in the house.
You're right.
But I don't look good. I look fatter than I should. So I want people to know. Does he know he looks fat? Yes, he knows.
Do you work out? Do you have I know you're very busy. Do you have any kind of regimen? I know it's hard on the road, but some people are committed to that.
I do jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai 4 days a week.
Okay.
And I'm the only guy to do martial arts and get fatter. It's never happened
I was
before.
gonna
Me and
ask,
Steven Seagal were the only two who have trained and gotten fatter.
You got to get that jet black goatee and ponytail next.
I just, it's the eating, man. It's very difficult to be disciplined, especially on the road. And I've joked about it, but I'm not. I'm married, so I'm not like cheating or doing all this stuff, pay for sex I used to do.
Yeah.
So you have to do something to keep it going mentally, right? So for me, it's been food.
Yeah. Jim Norton is at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow. These are 7 o'clock and 9:45 shows. He's on the Now You Know tour. You didn't like Please Be Offended, but the new hour is Unconceivable.
Yes.
It's very funny. It's
Thank
on
you.
YouTube. You do like this one.
Love this one. And everyone always loves their latest thing. But I'm very, very happy with
everybody
this.
always says, this is the best work I've ever done.
Yeah, but it actually, for me, it is. And the comments, I haven't been deleting negative comments. Like, people have been very surprisingly, they love this more than I thought they would.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's Unconceivable. It's on YouTube, and Jim Norton Comedy is the page. And I'm very happy with how it came out and how the people have responded to it. Is shocking.
What were you worried about?
That they're going to think it sucked and that it was going to get no views.
Yeah, but you worry about that at all of them, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
But with this one, I was just like, I hadn't put anything out in a while.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm like, I just don't know what they're going to think. It's going on YouTube. They're going to trash it. They're going to hate it. And surprisingly, it's been really positively received.
what was different about it? Was there something specific that was different in your mind? Was it a tonal thing where you're like, they might not be used to this, or, I don't know. Nothing specific, or you were just like, here's something new, I hope you like it.
Well, I'm not doing radio now. So when
Right.
you're not doing, when you lose that gig, and it's fine that it was 20 years. It's great.
Yeah.
It's okay that it's gone.
Yeah.
But it's like now everything is like means more because like, well, I mean, what am I going to do? Like, so this, if they don't like this, then I got nothing. So
Right.
there's a bit more weight to it.
And there's a promotional machine behind it before, too.
Yeah, although not as much as you would think. Like I've going on podcasts and coming on other shows, it's been much more helpful than just kind of doing my own thing 4 days a week. You'd be surprised because you reach the same insular audience when you're on satellite, especially. But at least coming here, you hit people that I probably would never have hit before.
I had a brain fart when I was in the car, and I was like, I'm going to turn Jim and Sam on. Because for a long time, Jim Norton was part of the Opie and Anthony show.
Yep.
On terrestrial, too, yeah? And then you guys went over to satellite. And then that whole thing exploded in spectacular fashion.
Yes, it did.
Imploded. It was you and Greg for a while, and then it was you and Sam.
Yeah.
And I had forgotten that you had left.
Yeah.
And it was just Sam. That's a guy who's come a long way, man.
Yes.
I mean, he's borne the slings and arrows of a lot of different situations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I have no issue with him continuing. Like,
Right.
of course, he's got a family. He's got 3 kids. Of course he should continue.
Yeah.
I would have if the situation were reversed. So, I'm not sad, though. I don't miss the gig. I miss knowing the money was there. Like, there's a knowledge, like, okay, this is coming in every week. So just knowing that always felt good. But nothing has changed in my life other than I get up a couple hours later. Like, I don't actually miss the nuts and bolts of doing the show.
I was always not envious. What's the word? It's not coming to me.
Hateful?
No. Just fascinated by comedians that were doing morning radio.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, people don't realize you're doing a gig the night before somewhere, and then you're rolling in, And again, you weren't like the main guy, but you still kind of want to be.
You have to be there, and you have to be mentally there. And I remember our
And
studio,
you were a huge part of that show. It's not
Thank
like you were
you.
a guy that could just dip in. I mean, you were a guy who had become a huge part of that show.
Well, our studio was right down the hall from Howard, and I would come in the morning, and I would see Artie Lang on the elevator all the time when we were coming up together. We knew each other as comics.
Yeah.
And so, but I would be amazed that we would arrive at the same time. And it was like, I did 2 shows. He was doing heroin and getting there at the same time I was
Right.
getting there.
Yeah.
That's how much it sucks getting up in the morning for all comics.
Well, but also the phrase that always sticks in my head, and I sound like an old man when I say it, but I like the phrase, comfort is the enemy of creativity. Because when
Right.
you start to get into a situation where you're like, yeah, it's pretty good, it's there for some people, it can de-incentivize what you're supposed to be doing. And
That's a great point. And it's one of those things where one of the reasons I'm okay with not doing radio is I saw this coming. Like I knew it was coming. I saw this the guy who produces my podcast. I immediately go, let's just start doing it. Let's begin getting guests immediately. So we started booking episodes and getting people in and interviewing them. By the time those guys were back on the air, I had a few episodes taped already. Like I just knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So I immediately started the next project, which I love doing. I legitimately love doing my own podcast.
This is Jim Norton Can't Save You.
Yeah, we do live calls, though, because, again, you like that thing with radio. So he has an app. We can have a bunch of people pile into a room, and they call in. And every comic is a little like, phone call. But then as soon as someone calls up and says, like, they want to kill themselves or my wife sucks, or, like, people get invested in talking to them.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best parts. I mean, we do a talk show here in the afternoon, which is kind of a unicorn as far as terrestrial radio goes. But, I mean, that to me is one of the best parts of it. And that to me, to my ear, for a lot of podcasts, I don't listen to a ton of them, but that's missing. And you're starting to hear yours, Conan. Like, there's some people that are like, calls are a nice.
Oh, does Conan do calls?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, he does certain versions of his show that have calls in there. Ali Sadiq.
Love Ali Sadiq.
Oh my God, that guy is. I'm such a big fan of his, and I think he's so crazy underrated.
Yep.
He's not a new comic, and he's one of those guys I can't figure out why like everybody is not talking about this.
I don't. He's my latest guest on my
Yeah.
show. Yeah, and I just reached out to him because I have no booker, and I was so happy he said yes to doing it.
Right.
Because his stories are. He's a slow talker. He's a great comic, and his stories are just. He does a long show, and he's prolific. It's crazy to me that that Netflix is one of those guys. It's too long. So what are you talking about? Like you could just put it up there. Who cares how long it is? People can tune out if they don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
But he doesn't need them. I think for him, he did a special. His last special got 1 million views the first day. So that's Ali Sadiq is a tremendous following. But then again, Schultz, they didn't give Andrew anything either. Like Netflix wouldn't use him. He built it online, and then they called and said, hey, can we? So sometimes you have to do it in reverse, and then by the time you get to Netflix, they have to pay you a lot of money.
Do you have not aspirations maybe, but because there seems to be very little rhyme or reason as to who. I mean, I try to keep my head to the ground with comics and things like that. There are comedians I've never heard of who are on Netflix.
Sure.
And I know there's like a diversity thing and like that. That they're going for because they have global audiences.
Yes.
But in your brain, are you like, it'd be pretty nice if I was on Netflix?
What's that?
It'd be pretty nice if I had an hour on Netflix. I've
done one, and I did the Degenerates in 2019.
Yep.
So I mean, I've been on there. Did it help? Yeah, but not like you would think. Like it's one of those
Because
things
there's so
where
much.
there's nothing life-changing anymore. There's not that one thing where it's like, oh, the Tonight Show, sit down with Johnny. There's
right.
not, even doing Rogan,
Yeah.
it's really helpful, but there's not that one thing that puts you where you think you want to be. It's always a bunch of things
Everybody has to
together.
cobble together something.
100%.
Yeah.
Everyone. I mean,
Yeah.
they all work hard. Those guys who do it, Mark Norman, Sam Morrill, and again, Schultz and all, they're writing jokes all the time.
Yeah.
They're always putting out new material. They're always. Big J is doing specials every 20 minutes. It's like none of them are just mailing it in. They're all busy. So it's like it's harder than it used to be as far as what you have to do to stay afloat.
And you get, there's times, listen, I do 4.5 hours a day, 5 days a week. You know this, right? You
Yeah.
did it for a long time. You just get talked out.
Sure.
And for guys that are performing, I'm like, man, you got to have that compartmentalization in your brain. You go, well, is this something, I still got to write stuff for the hour or the set or whatever. And obviously the daily shows lend itself more to conversational stuff that wouldn't necessarily work on stage. But a lot of podcasts, the comedy podcasts, it's kind of everybody talking to the same people and talking about,
Yes.
That's kind of a weird trap too.
It can be, especially if all your stuff comes out. Like I did a few recently to promote the special, and I think Ari Shaffir's came out, but a couple of them hopefully are coming out staggered. And that's the problem. Somebody will go out and do promotion, and then they're on every podcast for a week, and no one's going to watch every podcast that one comic does, unless you're a hardcore fan. So yeah, you got to kind of balance it with that stuff. I just hope people like the special. I'm happy the ones that watched it liked it.
That Ari clip from 10 years ago went viral again.
Which one?
We got to start murdering politicians.
Oh, God.
Remember that clip? It was like 10 years back.
Where did he do it?
He was on HuffPost Live 10 years ago or so. And the reason it's making the rounds again is because it's still so applicable now.
Yes.
It's a hardcore reaction, and the kid that he's talking to, just one of these online guys, is trying to get him to go, well, you're kidding, clearly. Clearly you're kidding. He's like, no, I'm not. This is, Ari's not a guy that's ever really clicked with me, but he's a smart dude.
Yes.
And so this clip that's going around again, people are like, yeah, things probably haven't changed that much, irrespective of what people think.
And people hate them as much as they always did, if not more. They've always been the most hated group, but they're just as hated now because there's so many clips on Instagram of them in Congress and of them not answering questions or of them annoying someone you like. It's very easy to hate them now because there's so much more of them available.
Well, it's like why, when I was in junior high and high school, I hated history. I had no concept of it. I didn't care. How is this applicable to me? Then you get older and you get more of your own history, and for whatever reason, you become interested in it. And so when you talk to people who know history, they're like, politician was never supposed to be a career.
Right.
That's it was like you were a farmer, and then you would go and represent your community, and then you'd go back to tilling the fields.
Sure.
It wasn't supposed to be, I'm in there till I'm 90 with a staff and a limo and a thing.
Right. You were never supposed to be a subpar German painter and then really rise in the ranks.
Right. How has Jim Norton is at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow night, right around the corner from here. The A-list marquee acts who are coming through for the 40th anniversary. I saw Louis a couple of weeks ago. It's phenomenal. And Jim is in town tonight and tomorrow, 7 and 9:45 shows on the Now You Know tour. If you're listening to us in other cities on the app, he's doing a bunch of dates. You can go to jimnorton.com for the info on that. You and Florentine are doing England shows, UK shows, right?
Yeah, because Sabbath is doing their final show in Birmingham July the 5th. And so Jim and I'm like, we're going to go. But I'm like, let's just book a few gigs.
Oh, you booked it around the Sabbath thing.
Just to pay for the travel.
Yeah, good for you.
And to do something. You don't want to go in, spend 2 days, go to the show, fly home. That just sucks. So I'm going to go for a week, do one show London, one Manchester, one Birmingham with Jim. I'm like, I'd rather do it with Jim, split the money. It'll just be fun to do. And I don't care what Sabbath, whatever they do is fine with me.
Will you have any, not official, but will you have any in on that show or no?
Well, I mean, it's a charity event, so there's no comps because it's charity, so everyone, which is smart of them to do.
Right.
But hopefully I'll be able to go back and say hello. I would love to see those guys, to go back and see them on there last night.
Well, and basically everybody in rock and roll is trying to get in on this show to perform. Like everybody, the list of people who are going to be on stage is bananas, Even though they've said, well, Ozzy's probably going to do 4 or 5 songs.
That's it,
yeah. What state do you know what current state he's in? I have no connection to that guy, but I know you're a huge fan.
And I know him, and I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't I text, sometimes he texts back, sometimes he does. It's like anybody else who's that famous. You can't take it personally if they're too busy or if they don't see your text. But he seems, every time I've texted with him in the last couple of years, he's been in great spirits. Like, he seems like he's in a positive place, and his voice has held up very well, like surprisingly well.
That is the strangest part to me. We did the WMMS 50th anniversary show was already 7 years ago, and we had Ozzy come in to do it at the big shed thing or whatever. And it was before his diagnosis and all that, and everybody can make their Ozzy jokes about, for a while he's kind of, dotted her on the stage. But when the guy sings, you're like, the dude is the real deal, man.
Yeah, he still sounds
the
great.
Real deal.
And his body, look, the amount of drugs he did, I'm happy he's alive.
Yeah.
Like, okay, he can't get around as good. So what? He fell for that. What was the thing that flipped over and broke his neck or whatever? Like, he's been beaten up so much. His back got smashed. Like, I'm happy he is still in this position to have the option to do a show.
He should be in way worse shape.
Dude.
Any other human being would be just decimated.
Janis Joplin didn't make it to 30. Like, you know what I mean? Ozzy's 75 Ozzy years. That's like 400 for regular people.
How has marriage been for you?
Oh, it sucks. I mean, it's
par for the course.
The money you save on hookers, you spend on things she wants.
Yes.
Which really was frustrating. I thought, like, oh, God, I'm going to really sock some money away. But no.
This lady's going to be my nest egg. Yeah. No, not so much.
Not at all. She wants a new computer. She wants a dog. It's okay. It's I love her.
Yes.
So the idea of sharing space is difficult. Like, no one likes to share their space.
Right.
It takes a lot of getting used to, but it's better than I thought it would be.
Okay. I have, and I'll leave you with this. I know that you have a lot of your phrases that you've used that I love so much. Malarkey, things like that. Old-timey, some people call them. I've pulled silly goose on a number of occasions. I love silly goose.
It's a great one, especially when you use it inappropriately. Like, if you hear about it, like if someone goes on a shooting spree to school, you're like, that's silly goose.
That's what I said. I'm like, I've started to call people a real stinker. I love it.
Oh, my God, look at him. What is that tomfoolery?
Yeah, I go, that guy's got a lot of crust on him. I don't know.
Yeah, you really undersell it.
Oh, because it's also like borderline condescending as well. But it's so sweet, It
is a great, silly goose is a great word. And I was going to call my, The Adventures of a Silly Goose, my first book, Happy Endings.
Yeah.
But they're like, Happy Endings is a better name. And they were right. It turns out it was a better name. But that was in my head for many, many decades.
Jim Norton, the Now You Know Tour is in Cleveland tonight and tomorrow night, and then off to parts unknown. Well, the UK, we know about that.
Yes.
But otherwise, you can go to jimnorton.com if you're listening to us from one of our bureau chiefs from other cities. You'll see if he's coming through. 7 and 9:45 tonight and tomorrow at Hilarities, part of the big 40th anniversary year. jimnorton.com for all the other stuff. Good to see you.
You too, buddy. Thank you
for
so
coming
much.
in,
It's
man.
great.
We will take a break and be back. 35192. Want to shoot me a text?
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. This weekend, the Buzzard takes you back.
We're sending you back
to a decade fueled by
powdered cocaine used for sniffing
and by
Aquanet. You can't buy a better holding hairspray.
Welcome back.
You'll be back
to the 80s.
It's terrific.
Might as well jump. We'll even pull out the old makeout mixtapes. Back up the Buzzard. All 80s, all weekend. On 100.7 WMMS.
Ready to ride through time? Visit riderta.com/50years for more information.
Hey, it's Crystal, here to talk to you about my new friends at Hyundai of Bedford. If you're like me and maybe you need a little help getting approved, they've got your back. Their special team knows that just because your credit score might not be great, that doesn't mean you don't have buying power. They'll take the time to get you into your beautiful new Hyundai with great styling and amazing tech. And every new Hyundai comes with owner assurance and America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain coverage. Get to Hyundai of Bedford and tell them Crystal sent you. HyundaiofBedford.com.
Mr. Hero's turning 60. We're proud to have served your favorite cravings like the signature Roman burger and classic hot buttered cheesesteak for 60 years. And celebrating what we do best. Thanks, Ohio.
Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. One love.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Stop-and-go traffic on the inbound East Shoreway, particularly those two left lanes from East 55 around Dead Man's Curve to Prospect. The culprit may be a disabled truck in the high-speed lane near Prospect. An accident's off in the Gore, the right shoulder of 480 West at the 77 North ramp, and in Strongsville, an accident reported on Route 82 west of 71. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Central Exterminating.
Hey, it's Carmen Angelo, and guess what? It's that time of year. Those pesky ants we see annually have reared their ugly heads. Want to get rid of them at your home or business? Call my friends at Central Exterminating. Your solution, one phone call away at 800-554-1422 or visit centralexterminating.com.
From the all-new Avon Lake Ram Studios, we say yes.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is this for real? Well, there's swearing in this. All kinds of effing and jeffing. Are you really allowed to broadcast this on the radio?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Remember this band? Or the song?
Oh man, it was
probably
one of those.
It's probably 20 years old by now. When I first moved back to work at home in Chicago, we were playing this song. It was brand new.
It was one of those
called Face Down.
One of those like Blink 182 sound-alike bands. They were all coming out around that same time. They had that. It's like, God, and it's 3 words.
Yeah, this was their big hit. They kind of blew up on their debut album and then kind of petered out from there.
What is it?
The Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. Right? A terrible, terrible name for a band from northern Florida. I think they're like suburban Jacksonville or something. Maybe Rich down in Jacksonville has heard of Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. But yeah, they kind of blew up early. They were as I recall, they were one of the last bands to get big off of the original MySpace. And yeah, this fit in perfectly from what was on alternative radio at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's been much activity among these guys. I hadn't heard this name in a long time for the past few years, but now they're back in the news because they posted a thing on their Instagram that they've banned Trump supporters from their shows. Now, you know, a lot of things are derided as performative. This might be one of them. A, I don't know how you enforce that. B, I don't know that you're going to be getting a lot of MAGA kids at the Red Jumpsuit Apparatus show.
Yeah.
I shouldn't even say kids. It's like millennials were into this band, right? People that were like teenagers when My Chem was out and Red Jumpsuit Apparatus had their big hit with Face Down. But they have said, listen, it's their right to say it. We don't want MAGA people at our shows. They're on tour. They're playing some shows out west, playing the Midwest. Ronnie Winter is their front man, and he posted saying something that Trump supporters are not allowed at their performances. And he goes even further. Not just these 4 years of Trump's second presidency, forever.
Oh, my God.
Well, I think that's adorable that he thinks Trump is only going to be president for 4 years. That guy's never leaving until he dies, and then they'll just put his kid in there. But I don't know how you enforce this. I understand being angry and wanting to make a statement. I do it all the time, right? I got MAGA Jill all got her undies in a twist the other day. People are still writing me about her. But, you know, these guys are in their 40s now, and you can say whatever you want. It is your band, and you can make the statements that you want to make. And, frankly, like I said, it's getting their name back in the news. Nobody had heard about the Red Jumpsuit Apparatus for a while. Now, the reason he's doing this is because, and I don't know if they began as a Christian band, but Ronnie Winter is very vocal about being a Christian. And I think for all of the people who are calling themselves Christians, but are very much not. I mean, MAGA is the new religion. among right-wingers. It's got nothing to do with Jesus. You can call yourself a Christian, but when you're doing things that are completely counter to everything that people understand about Christianity, that's some pretty thin gruel, right? If your stated goal is to hurt people, which it seems to be, there doesn't seem to be a single facet of what this administration is doing that is designed to help people. That's why they, your mom or dad or uncle might have a Trump T-shirt that says the Revenge Tour, right? Revenge, not helping people out. The guy's not looking to provide prosperity for Americans. This guy, frontman for the red jumpsuit apparatus, very vocal in, I guess, his kind of traditional Christianity. I actually follow what Jesus says, this guy says in his statement. If you're a Christian and you're watching this and you voted for Donald Trump, shame on you. I mean, that's fair play. You're not allowed to come to our shows. I don't want you there. It's awesome that you love Face Down. That is their big hit. But it's not for you. It's not your song. Listen, Pearl Jam did it in a song 30 years ago. This is not for you. Right? Now, it wasn't a political statement. It was about, hey, it was more about grunge at the time. Don't get on this bandwagon if you think it sucks. This is not for you. So, red jumpsuit apparatus, by the way, not a bunch of lefties. I mean, you can be a lefty and be a Christian, by the way, if you kind of adhere to what he's talking about. The whole, Jesus was liberal. Hate to break it to you. These guys, they've done tours overseas for the USO. They've played for the troops. I mean, these guys are a very, I kind of wish they did get more attention for those things because their bona fides are pretty strong. But obviously, this is nothing you could possibly enforce. He's just getting the word out there.
No, but all it's going to do is piss people off, and then they're going to come, and they're going to be dicks.
I guess.
It's dumb.
My thing is always, pissing people off is not the worst thing that can happen to either person. Now, they might be asking people to give up their phones. I don't know.
But guaranteed, it's going to be. People are going to show up. They're going to start yelling Trump stuff. It's a no-win.
Yeah, but you're also going to make a lot of people angry if they don't care for Trump, but they also don't want to hear you proselytizing on stage. So you're kind of walking a narrow thing here where you really got to like this band because he's like, if you come to our shows, you're going to hear what he's telling the MAGA people. Don't come to our shows. Because you're going to hear a lot of woke propaganda from me, and you're going to hear the actual words of Jesus.
Yeah, but now, even if you love that band and you agree with everything they're saying, you don't want to listen to that guy pontificate on stage for 5 hours. Shut up and play the song.
Well, when you have one hit, I mean, listen, if you're a big fan of that band, obviously you know they have more songs. I'm just saying, big picture, Face Down was, they blew up fast and then kind of petered out. But he's telling them, hey, refunds are available if you fall into this category and you already bought your tickets. But again, this is what I'm saying about it being largely performative. If you know the band, then you know their politics beyond the music. I don't know where this notion began that music is not supposed to be political. Music is fundamentally political, by the way. You don't have to be doing protest music to be political in your music. You don't think country music's political?
Well, of course it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, people think that, when MAGA types hear bands talk like this, they're like, shut up, play the music. That kind of thing. Music is fundamentally political. And by the way, these are people largely who have made everything political now. So obviously people are used to bands like Green Day and Rage Against the Machine and, Bruce Springsteen went viral for a couple of days. That's all baked into the cake. Anybody who's like getting bent because Bruce Springsteen said something like, bro, where have you been for 60 years? I mean, that's, by the way, that trailer for the Bruce Springsteen biopic where the dude from The Bear is playing him,
Yeah,
totally takes me out of it because he looks nothing like him.
I agree with you.
Looks nothing. And listen, they cast people all the time. Joaquin Phoenix didn't look like Johnny Cash, but he looked closer to young Johnny Cash, maybe. This Jeremy Allen from The Bear, who's a good-looking dude. He's kind of got that kind of greasy vibe that I'm sure that kind of rough and tumble that they wanted for Springsteen. And I think this might be another movie where he sings. I don't know. Doesn't look anything like him. At least, I know Chalamet did that Dylan movie that nobody saw, but at least he kind of looked like Bob Dylan back in the day.
He sounded just like him, too.
Well, he sang.
That was great.
Chalamet sang.
Did you see the movie?
I did not because I don't care about Bob Dylan.
Oh, okay. All right. It was very good.
Yeah.
I like Bob Dylan a lot, so that was really good.
But I like Springsteen, but I'm not going to go watch this guy play Bruce Springsteen, Anyway, if you're into the red jumpsuit apparatus, these guys, at least the lead singer, and I have to think that this might not be unanimity among the band members. This is him going, hey, this is what I think. It's his band. It's his right to do it. Alan, I'm not happy at Trump either, but I'm not angry at everybody who voted for him. There are people in my family who did, and I don't resent them for it. Again, this is the argument, right? I mean, for a while, my biggest complaint is that I resent the fact that progressives are the ones who are supposed to be extending the olive branches. That's what I resent. Everybody else is like, F you if you don't like it. Okay. So you don't want to meet me in the middle? Or so when people who complain that there's no middle, we were talking about this the other day. It's always people who are progressives who are somehow expected to be like, okay, we'll figure it out. Where everybody else on the other side is rolling coal and flying giant flags with, Rambo Trump on it and whatever. But anyway, so this guy, he's like, hey, you better ask for a refund. So you understand where he's coming from. If this is a guy who is not following some warped idea of Christianity, then he's like, yeah, here's what the guy pretty plainly, again, it's if you believe in any of that. I don't. But the tenets are sound. Look after poor people. Take care of immigrants. All the stuff we could all rattle off. We all know the litany of hypocrisies. It's all good stuff. I don't believe in God, but you don't have to. There isn't one. I'm trying to pull up the quote. It was a Christopher Hitchens quote. He said, there isn't one good deed done by a religious person that could not be done by an atheist. But there are plenty of evil deeds that could be done by religious people that would not be done by atheists. So the notion, you hear people a lot, they go, well, it's religion that's really made people faithful and safe and all that. And it's like, well, there isn't a single thing that you could do as a religious person that an atheist could not do, as far as like good works or charity or whatever else. So again, bottom line, nobody's been talking about the red jumpsuit apparatus for 10 years. Alan, P.S., the squeezy salads work. Of course they work. Well, I don't know what you mean by work. Wait, you are eating them, right? Wait, are you eating them? Oh, come on.
They work. They made me crap green.
Right. Alan, they need the press. They did a show at the old Foundry, and it wasn't very well attended. No, I get it. Like, these guys peaked. They had a huge hit 20 years ago, and then surfed that for a little bit. But I don't know. I just think every band kind of already has its audience. We joke about it's kind of a meme, like the dudes who are just now finding out that Rage Against the Machine is anti-establishment. It's in the name of the band. But, some people need a little bit of a push. I don't know. After Hours line, we get a lot of calls in there for people who might not use the app. If you listen on the app, of course, you can drop those talkback messages. Not everybody listens on the app. They want to leave voicemails. 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, this is Mike. hate the show, so I had to call in because I'm 31 years old. I've been listening to the show for a little over 5 years, and last night, because of listening to your stories, I went to my first concert by myself. So I've always gone to shows with other friends, and this time I couldn't get anybody to go, and I didn't want to miss it, so I went. I got a pit ticket, and I have to tell you, it was one of the best nights of music I've ever experienced. I love the fact I have to wait on anybody. Just jamming out. It was just an incredible evening. So now you're probably going to gripe when I tell you it was a Mumford & Sons concert, but it was still incredible for me. It's definitely not going to be the last show that I go to alone, and a lot of it was because of you. So thanks, man.
Rob, how about that? I'm changing lives, baby.
See?
Going to solo shows is legit.
I agree.
You dip when you want to. You show up when you want to. No, listen, man. You want to go to I'm assuming he's talking about Mumford & Sons was at Blossom on Wednesday night. They probably sold it out. That's a huge band. They're not for me. I get why people dig them. It was years ago that they played the Romo Fijo. Mumford & Sons was here years ago, and me and a bunch of pals were downtown because our buddy was getting ready to have his first kid. So sometimes guys will go out and get drunk, and I forget what they call it, but your hurrah before the kid comes. And it happened to be, we were kind of bouncing our way around the downtown and then over to the west side. But when we were downtown, it was the night of the Mumford & Sons concert. This was probably 5-6 years ago. I've never seen so many dudes on the street in wool vests. It looked like a craft brewers convention, which is fine. It's just funny, I'm a heavy metal guy. So yes, I'm wearing black t-shirts and jeans and that whole thing. But every genre kind of has its uniform. I had just never seen that before. I've never gone to a Mumford & Sons show. I had no idea, quite frankly, that they had so many male fans. That probably says more about me than them. But wow, there were a lot of guys downtown walking around Cleveland with fedoras and waistcoats. And I was like, oh, okay.
For me, it was one of the most memorable shows I've ever seen, and not because I love the band, but we sat right next to whatever the singer's name is.
Marcus Mumford. He's
Mumford.
Married to the actress Carey Mulligan.
We sat next to his parents.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you must have been. Were you side stage or something?
We were sort of. It was like one section up from the side of the stage. They were just sitting in normal seats, and we were sitting, and somebody said something to Melissa, and she's like, "Oh, I love them," and the woman leaned over and she goes, "That's my son." And then Melissa's like, "Who?" And they struck up a conversation, and we ended up sitting with them. It was just, it was, the reason I say most memorable is, I guess I've never seen pride like that in someone's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
This woman is sitting in the Dunkin' Donuts Center, holds 15,000 people, whatever it is, and everybody's singing back his words, and she's just standing there with the tears in her eyes. It's just, that was really, really cool.
Well, yeah, if it's your kid.
Yeah.
Everybody's singing a song you wrote. I mean, yeah.
And the dad was singing a lot. It was a really, really cool. I went and bought him beers.
Wow.
I was just having beers. It was fun.
Let's
yeah,
have
it was
a
a really
pint.
nice night. Have a pint.
No, listen, I fully understand how this is panty dropper music, 100%,
Yeah.
It's just not for me. It's like 2 hours of the two guys playing the Geico commercial or something, standing up there playing banjo.
Yeah, it's not my favorite. They were in the round. It was pretty cool. I mean, they were.
But they do arenas, and I bet they sold out Blossom. So, but I thought he fired Ann Sons. I thought Marcus Mumford went solo.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
he might have. Maybe this is a Mumford & Sons reunion. It came up the other day, and
Could it be Mumford and Nephews,
cousins, Mumford and Friends,
the Mumford family. No, I think Mumford & Sons. Maybe his walk in the solo wilderness was.
Yeah, my wife loves them. Living Lion Man, Little Lion Man, something like that.
Little Lion Man, I think. Yeah, in the cave.
That was the first song I'd ever heard of theirs, was that Lion Man song.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, it's fine.
Well, people who went said that the thing got paused because all that terrible weather we were just talking about came through.
Oh, Jesus.
Out there at Blossom. So there was lightning. They got to shut it all down. The stuff that was blowing through on Wednesday night. 9:30, they put the thing on hold. They get back on. The band sent out. Band and Blossom sent out notices. Show is still on. Show is still on hold. Shelter in place. The show restarted at 10:30 p.m. Oh. You ever been at a show like that where the weather shut it down?
Yeah.
It's wild. Because some people leave. They go, I got a sitter. I'm taking off, depending on what the show is.
I don't know what you do, though, there. You know what I mean? Like, if you're at a Browns game or wherever, you go in, they say go in for cover. So you go in. Where are you going to go at Blossom?
I mean,
you're in a field.
Yeah, well, there's the pavilion.
Yeah, but not
there's
everybody
only
can fit in there.
Right. There's only so much of that. I don't know. But maybe they have the because they have some of those like side areas that are covered, like
yeah,
where people get a nod.
But if it's a sellout, there's nowhere to go.
No, it's true. The show has stopped 8 songs into their 18-song set.
Imagine that you hang around, they restart at 10:30 and do 10 more songs. Like, dude, just play the encore. Let's go.
Oh, God.
Play I Will Wait. I want to go home.
Let's put the mum in Mumford, all right? Get the hell out of here. Little Lion Man, this is the song your
This
wife
was the
likes?
song.
Yeah.
This is the first song I heard of theirs.
I mean, they do have a distinctive sound. They did usher in a couple of years of some very twee music, like of Monsters and Men and the Lumineers and all this kind of crap. So Mumford & Sons, they might have all been peers for all I know, but they do have a distinct sound. When I hear one of these songs, I go, oh, I know who that is.
Oh, yeah, there's no dispute who it is.
Right. And I guess that's because of his voice, not because of the music. But
I think even some of that music, too, you don't hear a lot of that. Oh, hey, it sounds like an Irish band. You don't catch that a lot.
Well, anyway, that caller, on my recommendation, went to a show solo, and it happened to be Mumford & Sons. So I say bravo. I think any show you could go. And again, I'm not in the service of being antisocial. I'm just saying I think a lot of people feel weird about going to a show by themselves. And I'm telling you, it's awesome. You go, hey, I'm going to show up when I want, leave when I want.
I've always enjoyed going places by myself.
It's the best.
At dinner. You can eat dinner by yourself. I'm like, absolutely I can.
Of course.
Table for one.
Table for uno, por favor. And I went to the show because my wife wanted to. Probably the best sounding concert I've been to.
Well, especially if you're inside. That's what that room is for, right? Like, that place is set up.
If you're on the lawn, you got to go to your car.
Is that what they say?
Yeah. They make you go to your car.
At that point, I just leave.
Hey, guys, there's lightning. We'd like you to get in something metal.
At least there's rubber in the tire.
Yeah, we know you're grounded, but good luck.
Yeah, everybody's out in the parking lot just getting drunk.
Yeah. Alan, one of my best concert experiences is when you were at Steeble Drums playing with the Bearcat. Oh, yeah, the Bearcat Band. That was a long time ago. That was a lot of fun. We played in the parking lot. Armstrong Bearcat Band, I think, right? Yeah, it was fun. John Steeble plays the drums for FM Project, Northeast Ohio's premier Steely Dan tribute band. They were just in Akron when I was down there the other night. Fantastic work. I've got to take a break. Hey, Evil Dead Live, the OG Sam Raimi film. They are doing this at Blossom. I'm going to be there. I want you to be there, too, if you're a fan of Evil Dead. It is Saturday. Not at Blossom. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of when they do the symphony at Blossom. It's at the Agora. But Joe LaDuca's iconic score, he's the pride of Detroit, Michigan, going to be played live on stage along with the film. So I'd love to have you along there, be in attendance. Evil Dead in concert. It is Saturday, October the 4th at the world-famous Agora. AXS.com for the details. You get my last pair this week. I'll see you there. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar. Justice.
to your boss that they can take your job. I'm also going to be talking with the greatest minds in the industry about all the other ways the rich and powerful are ruining the computer. Listen to Better Offline on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Better Offline and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Our metal show is getting preempted tomorrow night. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight. Play bands like this, Ocean's 8 Alaska, and a lot of new stuff, a lot of requests, a lot of local metal. We do it. We will be back live 10 o'clock next Saturday night, the 28th, getting preempted by West Coast Guardians baseball. They ended up taking 2 of 3 against the Giants, who were very good. Guardians won the first 2. Giants 2-1 was the final yesterday. Cleveland in Sacramento tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday to play the Athletics. They will return to the friendly confines on Tuesday to host the Toronto Blue Jays. So Guardians, A's tonight, 10:05, 9:35 is when your pregame coverage will begin with Hammy and Rosie and the whole Hee-Haw gang. Tonight on WMMS and on the iHeart Radio app. Suitable for casual or formal wear. Alan, a few years back, you told us customers about Curry Richens. Boy, I don't remember this at all. People have minds like steel traps in this audience. Thank God, because they're constantly, to me, this is all like cotton candy, right? It's like smoke rings. Anyway, Curry Richens, lady who allegedly murdered her husband with a Moscow mule and then wrote a children's book on grief. Oh, I do remember this. I don't remember telling you about it, but she's finally going on trial next February. Do you remember this at all, Curry Richens? So this is the woman who did like a whole book tour after killing her husband. They didn't know it at the time that she was the culprit, but did this whole book tour and like losing her husband. I think she did the Today Show and wrote a children's book on when dad goes away. And they determined that she had poisoned his Moscow mule. That's why I only drink Mexican mules. Curry Richens, a Utah woman, of course. Murder trial is going to start February 3rd. And they expect it to last about 5 weeks. She was charged with felony murder for the death of her husband, who died from a fatal dose of fentanyl. She's being accused of spiking his Moscow mule with fentanyl as part of a plan to kill him for the life insurance. So they're getting her on capital charges, and they're also getting her on insurance fraud and mortgage fraud. Golly, who knew we even prosecuted white-collar crime anymore? She's been in jail for 2 years and finally got a court date. She mixed 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl into a cocktail that he drank. Well, that'll do it. She later self-published a children's book called Are You With Me? About a father depicted with angel wings watching over his young son after his death. And of course, if you aren't terrorized by the haunting gaze of one Nancy Grace, she covered the thing. They filed additional charges against her last year, accusing her of a previous attempt to kill him by spiking a sandwich on Valentine's Day. For those of you who've never heard of that, you may refer to it as Valentine's Day. Some people like to do that. February 14th on either calendar. After one bite, her husband broke into hives and couldn't breathe. He used his son's EpiPen before passing out for several hours. Boy, she really wanted him gone. He was
seems that way.
Mucking up her literary career. How am I going to write a children's book about you dying if you won't die?
I have this idea for a book, and I can't do it if you're living. Please.
It involves you being 6 feet under.
When you said she killed him with a Moscow mule, I swear to God, the first thing I thought was like she hit him with a cup.
Oh, I thought you meant killed him with a donkey.
No.
She slammed him with a
Russian accent.
Yeah, with a donkey. That's right.
Yeehaw.
Oh, you get in here and yeah.
I'm going to kick it.
Yep.
Yeehaw.
Audio of the crime scene.
That's still my favorite sound.
Oh, that poor camel. After she swung a camel at her husband, the camel was positively dehydrated.
I just think of that, the memes.
Oh, yeah.
After giving my wife 30 seconds of the best sex she's ever had.
That's right. You got a 90-second wienering, honey. How do you feel about that? Yeah, that's right. I'm going to go get me some Crystal Light. Anywho, Curry Richens, thank you for the reminder, sir or madam. The accuser of making secret financial arrangements and purchasing illegal drugs as her husband began to suspect her actions. Boy, she kept trying.
Yeah. If at first you don't succeed.
They went to Greece a few years before he died, where he became violently ill after his wife served him a drink. You know, true crime podcasts and TV shows really, we've talked about this, they really did a disservice to husbands, because you'll see a lot of times on some of these true crime shows, the damning evidence is when the husband suspects. And so he sets up like a nanny cam in the kitchen, and it shows the wife pour an antifreeze into the lemonade. Because once these true crime shows told people that antifreeze was undetectable and you couldn't taste it, and it would, you know, they ended up having to like change their formula. Like, I think they first discovered like animals would go into the garage and like, if there was a coolant leak in a car, they would like lick it or something, and then they would cack out or whatever. 2 months before her husband's death, she logged into his life insurance policy and changed the beneficiary from his business partner to herself. Now, first off, if your husband's beneficiary, if he feels more comfortable making his business partner his beneficiary rather than his wife, he already knows something's up. She also changed, boy, she had access to a lot of stuff. Maybe they were in business together. I don't know. She also changed his business partner's policy, removing her husband as beneficiary and changing it to herself. So she made herself beneficiary of 2 insurance policies. The insurance company reversed the changes after contacting the 2 men and inquiring about the switch. Well, you played yourself, playa. What, you think they weren't going to check? Not even check. I'm sure they get some alert. Insurance company will get some kind of alert when something has been, change has been made to the policy.
Let alone numerous.
Yeah. Hey, yeah.
This is Mutual Limu. This is Mutual Camel, whatever. This is the one with the bird.
This is Limu Emu.
Is this Limu Emu?
And Doug?
Yeah. Is this Flo from Progressive? Hey, you know your wife made herself beneficiary of 2 of your insurance policies? Everything okay over there? Sir? Are you okay? Were you given 5 times the amount of fentanyl in a sandwich?
Story. Anywho. So that's going on in February. Abby texted me in the break. She goes, yeah, I don't feel good as a female going to a lot of shows by myself.
That's fair.
I think so, too. Is that dude privilege when we talk about going to shows by ourselves?
Well, yeah, probably.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm sure there's plenty of women got no problem going by themselves. Abby doesn't feel comfortable doing that, and I understand. And it probably depends on what kind of show, right? If I'm going to see Municipal Waste, now granted, not a lot of girls alone or with other people at those kinds of shows, but I understand where you're coming from. If you're going to like a Kenny G show, forgot every time we mention his name, Angel gets its wings.
That was like what happened with the plane, too. Every time you'd mention that specific part of the plane, that sound would happen. There's certain things.
Oh, the guy on the India flight, right? Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, but earlier we were the flight data recorder. Every time they had to send the black box over. Right. Sorry. Forgot. They sent it over here to the United States. So anyway, if you're going to like a metal show, yeah, you're going to a Kenny G show, it's going to be a different situation. Maybe if I say it off mic. If you're going to a Kenny G show.
It worked.
Oh, so it's just I see.
Just when you talk into the mic.
Okay. Anyway.
Does it work if I say it?
I don't know.
Kenny G. No.
Oh, I guess
See?
not.
There you
That's
go.
wild. Anyway, so if you're going to a Kenny G show and the guy. Yeah. I'll be careful.
What's crazy to me is that when you're at Blossom and they shut it down or put it on pause for a weather delay or tornadoes or whatever, they're like, all right, good luck getting back to your cars, losers. Try not to die. We'll have you back in here in like an hour or something. At least that's what happened when I went one time, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that is funny. All right, good luck. You must go to your vehicle in 80-mile-per-hour winds. But again, what are you going to do? You know? Don't make unnecessary journeys, like the girl said. This plays in my neighborhood instead of the storm sirens. People have been spotted in the water.
Rob, my guy.
Rob, she's trying to get your attention.
I think
Are you
she
listening?
might get, yeah.
Okay.
Rob, my guy, my dude, a boy. You cannot equate shaving with not taking a shower. Not taking a shower is unhygienic. Not shaving is merely cosmetic. Hygiene, cosmetics, not comparable in this situation. Thanks.
It was just the first thing that popped into my head. I'm sure I could think of other things. But
There is also a degree of hygiene involved in not shaving your armpits or growing your bush out. You can't completely discount it.
I'm trying to think of what would be the equal thing for dudes. Like if I stopped wearing deodorant. There, shower, I'll still shower. But I'm not going to wear deodorant anymore.
Yeah, somebody texted me, we were talking about it earlier, because supposedly the bush is coming back. Alan, I don't mind if a woman has stubble down there, but the full bush is a bit much. Sometimes it contains effluvium. Yeah, you don't necessarily want that in there either. I mean, you might have what we call in the business, a dishonorable discharge. And thank you for your cervix. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So I apologize. I see your point.
Don't apologize. Now, back in the day, I used to drink antifreeze all the time. It tasted so sweet. Now they make it taste like hot, nasty ass. Oh, you certainly don't want that. Maybe when it's chilled.
Hot.
It's better. Hot, nasty ass. That's on the other side of that bush when it's growing out. Got a hot, nasty ass. Alan, I'm a gal. I've been going to rock and metal shows by myself for years. Perfectly comfortable doing so. Just have to be aware of your surroundings. I had a friend, one of my good friends, female, lives in Pittsburgh, and she was like, hey, I'm coming in for a show at the Agora. Is it okay? Is that area okay to walk around in? And I was like, yeah, you'll be fine. There'll be a lot of people around. And frankly, there isn't much going on around the Agora. So you'll be walking to your car. It's not like you're going to be going across the street to get a drink. There are other places you can do that. But because of the stereotypes surrounding Cleveland, I've become the go-to guy among friends of mine in other cities if there's a chance they're going to be coming to Cleveland. Hey, are you going to be okay if we're over here? Yes, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be just fine. Mostly like friends of mine from Denver and stuff. Nobody from home asks me that. Like, we're going to be okay? Nobody asks me. Yeah, you're going to be fine. Yeah. Duke called again. He's been leaving me a lot of messages.
Hey, Alan. It's Duke from Bay Village. Hey, listen, this guy goes to the doctor because he notices his eyesight is starting to fail, and Doctor gives a complete examination, comes back, and he says, well, he says, I've got some good news and some bad news. And the guy says, whoa, well, give me the good news first, he said. Doctor says, well, you're going to get a new dog. Peace out.
Wait, I don't get it.
New dog?
Your eyesight's going.
He's going to be blind, I guess, right? Is that the...
Well, what does that have to do with a new dog?
A seeing eye dog?
Oh, he gets a big rock finish for that one. Okay. Play him out properly. Oh, and a seeing eye dog. All right, I'll give it a... All right. I didn't get that. You're going to be getting a new dog.
Yeah.
That feels old-timey. Listen, Duke's not 25, but a seeing eye dog. Okay, that one went right over my head.
I'm guessing that's what he meant.
You're probably right. Did not get that. Wasn't locked in, Duke. Sorry, buddy.
You don't see many of those anymore. This
is what I'm saying.
You see like the stick.
Emotional support animals. Maybe that's different than service animals. Maybe service animal is the proper nomenclature for a seeing eye dog. Maybe it's, because blind people aren't blind anymore. They're sightless.
Is that true?
Yeah, they're the sightless.
Is that for real?
Like homeless people are unhoused.
Yeah.
Blind. I mean, blind is still used. If you said to somebody, we were talking about Darnell. Darnell's blind.
Yeah. But sightless is the preferred term?
I believe, yes.
Wow.
Well, you're not deaf. You're hearing impaired.
Well, I think that's two different things.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, to my mind, because there are people who are like legally blind. They're not Stevie Wonder blind. My thought is, you're not hearing impaired if you can't hear.
You're
maybe
deaf.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are.
No, because that's like hard of hearing would be hearing impaired, right? Like,
well, that's my question. Does impairment imply a degree of it, or can it be gone and you're...
Well, when does hard of hearing stop and impairment begin?
That's the name of my memoir. I don't know. Impair, to weaken or damage something. Drug use impairs job performance is the...
Not here, it doesn't.
Not here, it doesn't. Thank you, everybody. I heart Cleveland. 668 Euclid.
Yeah,
That's
see,
right.
Hard of hearing is not able to hear well. So
okay.
That takes you to...
So if you're visually impaired, then that means that you got really bad vision, but you're not blind.
Correct.
Legally blind is when you're really impaired. You can't drive a car.
Right.
You might not make as much money being homeless. Huh. All right. Well, these are,
How dare you?
These are words we throw around, but aren't always using them properly.
I guess I never knew that was a thing. Blind, deaf.
Yeah.
Is dumb still what they would say? Like,
no.
That's gone, right?
Selective mutism.
Is that correct?
That's an example of something. A lot of kids that just won't speak.
Yeah.
Certain kind of selective mutism.
'Cause I just remember learning about Helen Keller.
I have a friend who had a kid with that.
And they would always say that she was blind, deaf, and dumb.
Deaf, dumb, and blind.
Deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah, I don't think dumb has been used in a long time.
But they don't mean dumb like I'm dumb.
No, dumb was what they used for people who didn't speak.
Right.
It might be mute.
Mute, yeah.
Because dumb was, I think what it was they were equating not speaking with a lack of intelligence, with being stupid. So maybe it was a little,
Got it.
Because there were also deaf mutes. And if you remember the movie My Cousin Vinny, there were also Utes.
Utes. To what? What was that word? To what?
Did you say Utes?
Yeah, Your Honor, 2 Utes.
Anyway, there's deaf blind, there's deaf disabled, there's hard of hearing, there are people who are considered late deafened, not from birth, lost their hearing over time. There's a great movie called The Sound of Metal. You ever seen The Sound of Metal?
Yeah.
With Riz Ahmed, who I don't remember where I saw him first. And I think he got nominated for an Oscar or something. Movie's probably 5 or 6 years old by now. But it's about this metal drummer who goes deaf and how he's in denial and angry and trying to figure out his place he loves playing music. What a great movie. I'm going to watch that again. Let me take a break here. 35192. Want to send a text. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal, you're in your house. You see something out of the corner of your eye.
Something whips past me. It's a bat.
A bat in your house?
Yes.
They have rabies.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
And how long has it been in my house? Has it been in my house all night while I was sleeping?
Here's somebody that says bats are known to bite nipples while you're sleeping. It's a matter of life or death. We need to check Crystal's nipples ASAP.
You probably have to suck the poison out, too. I don't know.
Like a snake bite. Charlie, start sucking those nips.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by VisitPutInBay.com.
When your roof is a must, the name you can trust is AbsoluteRoofing.com.
Hey, it's Crystal, here to talk to you about my new friends at Hyundai of Bedford. If you're like me and maybe you need a little help getting approved, they've got your back. Their special team knows that just because your credit score might not be great, that doesn't mean you don't have buying power. They'll take the time to get you into your beautiful new Hyundai with great styling and amazing tech. And every new Hyundai comes with owner assurance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain coverage. Get to Hyundai of Bedford and tell them Crystal sent you. HyundaiofBedford.com.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono.
Finally, some separation between first, second, and third.
3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches.
Wow, that's close.
Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Ditch the tent. Sleep in comfort in an RV instead. Summer savings are here. Don't miss RCDRV's summer kickoff sale running from June 7th through the 21st. With new RVs starting as low as $12,995. Now's the time to make a splash this summer. Stop by one of our convenient locations, Medina and North Ridgeville, or shop online at rcdrv.com. Hurry, these deals won't last. RCDRV. Summer adventure starts here.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The nation's largest trading card, anime, and pop culture convention is coming to Cleveland. Collecticon, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th at the International Exposition Center. With over 1,000 vendors and dealers. Check out the nation's largest selection of Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, sports cards, and pop culture collectibles. Make sure to bring your collectibles for grading and authentication. Come meet your favorite voice actors from Pokemon, One Piece, Naruto, and Demon Slayer. Plus a free live concert with Waka Flocka. That's right, Waka Flocka performing live. Get your tickets now at CollecticonUSA.com. That's CollecticonUSA.com.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket. Own the dream.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Now's the perfect time to get planting with Petiti Garden Centers. We have a gorgeous selection of plants, plus amazing offers to inspire your garden. This week, our entire selection of annual combo planters is buy one, get one 50% off. And enjoy half off flowering tropicals, Japanese maple trees, knockout roses, and upright arborvitae. Plus, a fresh selection of hanging baskets is available now at buy one, get one free. Petiti's, celebrating our 10th location now open in Bath Township.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hello,
Ready to ride through time? Celebrate GCRTA's 50th with food, entertainment, and fun on June 21st at Settlers Landing. Visit riderta.com/50years for more information.
This summer, save more with hot deals on Meijer brand must-haves for $2 or less all season long.
Like Meijer potato chips.
Yep.
Hamburger buns.
Of course.
Ketchup.
Absolutely.
How about Meijer lemonade? That's my favorite.
Yep, that too. Plus pickles, baked beans, cheese slices for sandwiches. It's your favorite Meijer brand must-haves for $2 or less all season long.
That's a good deal better.
Only at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
Big news for drivers. Presets have landed on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with iHeartRadio. Access your favorite stations, podcasts, and playlists instantly right.
$781-007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Are we playing this by any chance for our 80s weekend? This is 1980.
I do not have this in.
You want Breakwater in there?
No.
Little Philly song.
Sorry.
All right. Well, it's a good song. Daft Punk liked them. Good song. Your Cleveland Guardians coming off a good series out there in San Francisco against the Giants. So they will play the A's in Sacramento tonight. That is a 10:05 first pitch here on the Buzzard. And then they'll be back home next week, Tuesday, after this lengthy road trip with mixed results. Guardians will host the Toronto Blue Jays. They probably wanted to come home having had a better time on the road. But they'll get a dose of the hometown crowd, and that'll do them just fine. So 10:05 tonight on MMS, also in the iHeartRadio app. You can listen there. Oh, yeah, people were texting me in the break. Nonverbal.
That's what it is now?
Yeah, instead of mute or nonverbal. Alan, how about those? Remember the old-timey words for learning disability? Yeah, you go way back. It was like, well, your son is a moron. Like, that's what the doctor would tell you, right?
I don't know. He's just stupid.
Well, because moron, the Greek word that moron comes from, that's the same thing that the root word is what sophomore comes from and, other things like that. But turn of the century, they would write these books about, like, here's how you deal with your feeble-minded children. And they would rank them. Idiot, imbecile, moron. Now, if you were a moron, you were doing all right. If you're an idiot, not so much. Mental development never exceeds a child of about 2 years. So if you had...
if you're an idiot?
If you were an idiot, like this is for people older than 2, obviously.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. Imbeciles, which people, your intelligence isn't any better than a 7-year-old. And then morons, they'd push you to 12. So if they'd come to you and they'd say, ma'am, there's good news and bad news. Well, what's the good news? Your son's a moron. Oh, good. Well, he will put him out in the field with the other children.
What about numbskull? Is that on there?
These are the 3 stages of
I know,
development.
I know.
You're thinking about the 3 stooges of development.
Oh, darn it.
Help.
You got me.
Help.
Quiet, numbskulls. I'm broadcasting.
Numbskulls. We were talking to Jimmy Norton in here earlier, and we were talking about Silly Goose, and I love that stuff. Numbskull's a good one in there, too. By the way, there is a band called the Silly Goose who just happened to be at Jacob's Pavilion tonight. They're not half bad. A little tongue-in-cheek. Kind of a rap rock thing. Throwback. They're young enough where they can be nostalgic for new metal.
I don't think I've ever heard of them. They're playing Jacob's Pavilion.
I think
they
are,
big
yeah.
Room.
Well, they might be opening for somebody, but yeah, Silly Goose is over there. The Lakers were sold. LeBron's going to have a new boss. Now, this is one of these situations where the Jeannie Buss, the Buss family, right? They sell it to probably some investment group or something. But she'll still be in the front office for a while. But the Buss family is selling the Lakers to Mark Walter for $10 billion.
Jesus.
This is the highest tab ever for a U.S. pro sports franchise. Buss family will keep about 15% of the team for a little while. Jeannie Buss will be there in the front office. She'll continue to run the team for a while. But Mark Walter is the CEO of a diversified holding company. And he's been a stakeholder in the Lakers for a few years. And he's buying the team. His organization has financial interests in a number of sports organizations. They have a part of the Dodgers, the Sparks, Professional Women's Hockey League, and some motorsports teams. That's the new flex, right? Not brand new, but it's been for a while. Like if you have a ton of money,
buy a sports team.
Or a bunch of sports teams. The Buss family has owned the Lakers since 1979 when Jerry Buss bought it for $67 million.
Pretty decent return on investment.
Yeah. By the way, I think that also Jerry Buss bought the Lakers from another guy for $67.5 million. But that also included the Kings and the Forum. So he got all three. So that was a pre-Gretzky Kings, right?
Yep. And the building.
And the Forum. Since 1980, the Lakers have won 11 championships, the most by any NBA team during that span. Yesterday, we were out for the holiday, but you probably saw that was the day in 2016, June 19th, that the Cavs won the NBA championship. So social media was crawling with people's clips of that day. I was watching at home. I couldn't believe I got a little choked up when the Cavs won. I'd only been here a few years, but I knew what a big, big deal it was for the city. LeBron and everything, he had come back. And, it was very exciting. I wasn't in a bar or anything, that was where the real action was. Crowds of people exploding.
I hope to see it while I'm here.
This video of old guys watching the team. Hey, be here, hey, they're 82 and crying.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Well, listen, I don't have that kind of emotional relationship with sports, but obviously a lot of people do, and so I'm sure that was a very profound experience for them. I would like to see the piece of video where the elderly man jumps up to celebrate and gets emotional, immediately cacks out on his living room floor. People rush to resuscitate him, and behind the whole melee is the on-screen celebration at the arena. It's a nice juxtaposition, I think.
This is the best day of my life.
This is the best / last day of my life.
I didn't get to finish the sentence.
Or, even better, if you like some drama, he doesn't cack over natural causes. He's so excited, shoots himself in the head.
Oof.
Right there in the living room.
Went dark.
Right? How you like that?
Whew.
You didn't see that coming?
No.
When you think I'm going to zig, homie, I zag.
Oh, Grandpa's out there playing with guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shooting up in the air. Bang, 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 bang. Do Yosemite salmon.
A little deer hunter action. Yeah. Pecos Bill just cacked out in front of the...
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
You know what else got sold? All the rest stops on the Mass Turnpike.
Whoa.
They got sold to a company in Dublin. A little on the nose, isn't it?
A little bit.
An Irish company has purchased all of the rest stops on the Massachusetts Turnpike. 18 highway service plazas have been purchased from the Department of Transportation, the state of Massachusetts, Rob's home state, by a company called Apple Green, which is based in Dublin.
I've seen a bunch of... So they have those out this way.
They're already out. Yeah. There's some of them. They will invest $750 million in the plazas. They say that they'll still be owned by MassDOT, but this Apple Green company will essentially take over a lot of the other stuff. Many of the plazas will be knocked down and rebuilt.
Yeah, good.
From the ground up. They include, help me out, Natick.
Yeah.
Framingham.
Framingham.
Westboro.
Yep.
Charlton.
Well,
this has no S. Is that typo?
Okay, Charlton. Okay.
Charlton.
Two separate ones.
Ludlow.
That's where I grew up.
And Lee Plaza. You grew up in the shadow of the Ludlow rest stop area?
Ludlow. We used to go to the Roy Rogers in the Ludlow rest stop.
Oh, Roy Rogers.
Yeah. My buddy worked there. We'd get free sandwiches.
That's the best.
Oh, yeah. That's my graduated high school. Ludlow High 97. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, you went to Ludlow High.
I did.
All right. The plazas will have a different exterior based on their location, with coastal, metro, and a western design meant to invoke the Berkshires. Okay.
I can just see, the sign. All roads lead to Boston. It's going to be that guaranteed, like that's on the nose, like you said, type of thing.
I hope they maintain their rest stops food courts in a very American way. I hope that stays there. Pull in for a rest in some of our room temperature water. Nice! What are you, some kind of fancy lass?
You start building pubs.
Yeah. Hey, this Sbarro only serves lamb pizza. Is that... Next, you'll be wanting ice in your water.
All roads lead to Southie.
All Panera sandwiches are now on soda bread. Jesus, this is hard to get through this turkey sandwich. I just want some avocado.
He's dunking it in water.
Yeah. Anybody here for takeaway box tea? I got potato pancakes coming out me arse. Oh, God. Well, anyway, that's good news for them. Congratulations. Over the next couple of years, when you go home to Massachusetts, you'll be pulling into one of these apple green plazas.
It's great, man, because the ones that are there have been there since, like, I don't know, man, since Christ was an altar boy. You know what I mean? Like, they're old. And some of the, like, you got bunky bathrooms, like, stink and just gross.
They redo all that.
They've redone some of them. I think the one that you mentioned in Charlton was just redone. So they're going to rip it down and build a new one. That's
redoing it again.
Great.
Each and every location will have a life-size statue of Phil Lynott, I'm sure. Just like outside the Brussels. They're in Dublin. Rob, by the way, Devotion Extra, you know that Jesus was a Jew, right? He
yes.
wasn't an altar boy.
Jesus, what did I say? Since Christ was an altar boy? Yeah.
No. I know you didn't make that up. That's like one of those old. My parents said it. My grandpa said, "Hey, it goes back to when Christ was an altar boy."
Yeah.
I was like to go, yeah, he was Jewish, right?
Yeah. You got me.
I'm the fly in the ointment. I'm the guy around whom, despite being Captain Fun, everybody calls me Captain Fun. I've never understood it. It just organically came to them. They look at me and they go, "That guy's fun."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I'm still the guy that'll go, "Hey, Devotion accuracy. More likely he was a cantor? I don't know.
That actually sounds better, too. Since Christ was a cantor? It sounds way better.
Yeah. Well, work that in.
All right.
Updating old-timey idioms. What's the matter with that? Work on it. Make it your own. I had a horse who was a cantor, Rob. Cantered, I guess. I got some sperm news to end the week. You can make all the Nick Cannon, Elon Musk, and Eddie Murphy jokes you want. But don't sleep on Kelsey Grammer, who is having his 8th kid. Kelsey Grammer doesn't strike me as a guy who is, listen, people are different publicly, obviously, than they are with their kids. But he doesn't strike me as a guy who is like getting down on the floor and rolling around with the kid. I don't know. He's 70. His wife is quite a bit younger, but he's got a bunch of kids. Kate Walsh is his 4th wife. He was famously married to Camille back in the day, right? She became one of the Real Housewives. But Camille Grammer was his 3rd wife. And he was still married to her when he met Kate Walsh. Kelsey Grammer, who is kind of one of Hollywood's more prominent right-wing guys, but I love Kelsey Grammer. I don't hold that against him. He is who he is. I don't know what it is about Kelsey Grammer. Maybe it's the love I have in my heart for Sideshow Bob or Frasier or Cheers, whatever it is. He's cobbled together something that I'm just a big fan of. But he is a classic example of a guy who doesn't let a branch go until he gets a hand on a new branch. He's kind of that guy. He's had, by the way, if you ever read up on his family, he's been on this show before, but not for many, many years. His whole family was murdered at different times.
Ooh.
This guy has gone through some stuff. So I think that's why I understand why maybe he's pretty conservative, because he was probably exposed to not getting justice for family members. I don't know that deep into it, but his sister was raped and murdered, and he had his Dad was set on fire. Something.
Jesus.
Look up Kelsey Grammer's Wikipedia page. His family life growing up was bananas. So he's gone through some stuff. But he's getting ready to have his 8th kid. He's got grown kids, obviously. He's got a daughter who's 33. I think they had some public row back in the day, too. I think Greer Grammer she's an actress, I think, but I think that they also were going through some. So he's kind of at that Alec Baldwin level. He's not at the Nick Cannon level. Nobody is. Not at Eddie Murphy level. Not at Elon Musk level. You'd see all the memes, of from The Dark Knight, where Morgan Freeman's looking at the 400 screens, and it would say, oh, it's Nick Cannon FaceTiming on Father's Day, those kinds of things. But Kelsey Grammer, he's coming up on his 8th kid. He said, and I think this probably happens to a lot of guys in showbiz, too. They go, I know it's, even though I'm on the lowest rung of the entertainment ladder, it's certainly something that's come into my mind, is that because my older kids, I saw them all the time. I made a lot of trips to Michigan to see them, so I was a constant presence, but they didn't grow up with me, like the day-to-day. So there's all these things now that I'm doing with my 9-year-old that I've never done before, right? Which bums me out, but it is what it is. So that's kind of what he said. He's like, I'm kind of playing catch-up because I was working and wasn't really around a ton when my older kids were little. But like Al Pacino and De Niro, they just had kids. These guys are going to be dead. Jagger, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Chaplin.
Do you think all those are like normal sex pregnancies?
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think
Do you think Pacino's still getting it up and getting it in?
Well, you pop a pill and, you meet some young woman that you think is...
Good for him, man.
Well, because you tell her, like, yeah, I like you and let's do this. I'll be gone, but you can have a part of my loot.
Because Kelsey Grammer's wife is 46. So
yeah,
it's
he's
not
70,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's not like either one of them's a spring chicken.
I mean,
leave it in.
Yeah, he's got a 41-year-old. He's got a 33-year-old daughter. He's got a 23-year-old daughter. Got a 20-year-old son. Has a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, and an 8-year-old.
And one on the way. Jesus Christ.
Steve Martin's going to be 80 this August. His wife's considerably younger, and they have a kid.
No way, man. I'm happy I took care of it when I did.
Yeah, but also, like, if you have the money, the only thing keeping people who want kids from having them is money. So if you have money, then, you want to keep working anyway. You can't stop.
I guess.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin, he's like, I can't stop. I can never stop working. But he got a young, hot wife who wanted kids. He's like, all right, fine. That's the compromise you make, I guess. And scene. All right, we got to go. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend. Rob, where can people engage with you in the off hours?
Instagram, WMMS Rob.
I'm Alan Cox Show on all your platforms. No medal show tomorrow night. We are getting preempted once again by West Coast Guardians baseball. But Sunday morning is the week in Cox. That remains static. 8 to 10 a.m. Sundays. 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. My thanks to Jim Norton. Great to see him. It's been a minute. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow night. 7 and 9:45 are the shows. Hilarities.com for the details. Jim Norton Cannot Save You. I think that's what it's called. Jim Norton Won't Save You is his podcast. That's very funny, too. His new hour is on YouTube. Check that out. Little Jimmy Norton. And this show, available in podcast form wherever your podcasts pop up. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave talkback messages there. Otherwise, leave voicemail for us. It's 216-986-8903 to do that. And I think that's it. The 80s weekend continues after 6:30. Tony is next for a bit, and then you're going to get Guardians baseball tonight. At 9:35, I think, is your pregame coverage. And we'll reconvene with you on Monday. Thanks very much for hanging out. Have a great weekend. Do something dangerous. I'll see you in hell.
Bye. Have a great Friday, you motherfucker.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way.